Any objections? All right, welcome to the December 5th, 2023 meeting of the Planning Board. First, we'll take a roll call to introduce board members and staff. Sorry, I have to come back to Zoom. Josh Ames.
Here.
Chris Paff.
Here.
Kate Wynn.
Here.
Phil Giordano.
I'm here.
I'm Ellen Rawlings, and I'm here. Also, we have with us Jessica Cole, our recording secretary, Elijah Romulus, our town planner, and Amanda Wolf, our housing and land use planner, and also Alex Portillo from Westwood Media Center. This meeting is recorded by Westwood Media Center and broadcast live on local cable television Comcast Channel 6 and Verizon Channel 42. Meetings are also live on the Westwood Media Center's YouTube channel. If you're interested in joining the meeting via Zoom, you can find the login directions in the Planning Board meeting notice that is posted to the calendar section of the town's webpage at https://www.townhall.westwood.ma.us/. We will begin the meeting with only the board members and staff unmuted and on video. As the chair recognizes individuals to speak, we will unmute them. Board members may choose to mute themselves when they are not speaking in order to minimize background noise. For applications, the chair will first invite the applicants to address the board and give a presentation summarizing what is being requested. Board members receive the application materials prior to the meeting and will have reviewed them. Board members may ask questions during and following the presentation. Staff and outside experts will provide comments to the board. If the issue includes a public hearing, the board will then proceed to the public comment portion of the public hearing and will restate the instructions. In this remote meeting format, residents and guests may participate in several ways. Attendees should raise their hand and wait to be unmuted and recognized to speak over the Zoom meeting application or from a telephone dial-up. We will be able to hear you, but not see you. Additionally, comments may be submitted by email or regular mail prior to the meeting. When we come to that part of the meeting, I will remind everyone of the process. Following the public comment portion, the board will deliberate and make a decision or continue the hearing to a specific future date. All remote meetings require that votes be taken by roll call. When a motion and a second has been made, the chair will ask if there is any further discussion before proceeding to a roll call vote and will then restate the results of the vote. All right. Elijah, do we have any changes to our agenda this evening?
No changes to the agenda.
All right. Then our first agenda item is 1054 High Street, continuation of public hearing for consideration of a limited environmental impact and design review, EIDR, to construct an addition to a private school building with parking alterations at 1054 High Street, continued from 11/14/23. Yes, Elijah.
Yes, so Friday, the applicant did send a request to continue. They asked for a request, they asked for a continuance to the December 19th meeting. Since the last meeting, they did update the plan to reflect the appropriate dimensioning for parking. However, they still have to address their stormwater.
Okay. That is amenable to me, unless any of my colleagues would like to discuss. Not seeing anything on that. So then I guess I would entertain a motion to continue that public hearing to what the specific date. Sorry, what date? The 19th, Elijah, or further out?
December 19th.
December 19th.
Chair, the board is favorable. I can share the screen.
I'll move that the planning board continue the public hearing for the limited EIDR for 1054 High Street as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on September 13th, 2023 to Tuesday, December 19th, 2023 at 7 p.m. via Zoom, where a Zoom link and associated call-in numbers will be provided on town's calendar on the homepage at https www.townhall.westwood.ma.us/.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take a roll call vote. Kate,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Bill,
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries. We will take that back up on December 19th. Okay, so our next agenda item is 22 Everett Street, continuation of public hearing for consideration of mixed-use multifamily residential overlay district, MUMFROD, special permit for mixed-use redevelopment, 22 Everett Street, continued from November 14th, 2023. I think I saw some folks from the applicants team in the attendees, if we want to bring them in.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, sorry about that. Good evening. For the record, I'm Peter Zacher here on behalf of the applicant. Looks like you've elevated Giorgio Petruzziello, who is the principal of the applicant. Also here tonight is Ken Cram, the traffic engineer, Mark Fougier, who is our fiscal consultant, and I believe Angela was joining us. Otto from Bowler.
I don't see her on the list.
Okay, let's see if I can. Mike McKay. Okay.
Mike didn't accept. I tried promoting him a couple of times. He didn't accept it.
Mike McKay. Okay, well, Angela may be joining us. And Mike McKay, you said, is on? I can't because we don't get a list.
Yeah, he's on. I've tried promoting him a few times, but he hasn't accepted it.
Okay. Anyway, so if I could, with permission, update you since what has happened since the last meeting. A couple of things quickly is we took what we believe was a cue from some of the members, and Giorgio went back, met with Mike McKay. If you recall, the last meeting, we had a very lengthy discussion about, which I know is not a planning board per se issue, but about the rents for the affordable units. So in addressing that, as you're aware, last meeting, we had proposed increasing from 150 to 160 units for the project. We had previously agreed that 3 of those units, one bedroom, one 2-bedroom, one 3-bedroom, would be available to folks at 60% AMI, with the balance of the affordable at the folks making 80% AMI. The issue had to do with the actual rents being charged. I will indicate we had a great meeting with Elijah and Amanda, and we believe we have come to, at least with us, come to a consensus as with where that would be going. Again, that has to do with the actual rents, but in order to make that work for the project, we are at 160 units. But as I started to say, taking our cue from some of the points that we heard last week, we readjusted the ratio between the various bedrooms. Specifically, when we went in last time, we had shifted a number of the 2-bedrooms to 1-bedroom units. We've now been able to shift back. So we went from a total of 89 1-bedrooms. Tonight, we stand here with a project with 84 1-bedrooms. And that was a change of 5 units. We then took the 2-bedrooms and increased those by 5. So the project that we are presenting this evening is 160 units, 84 1-bedrooms, 62 bedrooms, and we maintain the 16 one bedrooms. And as I say, of those, market would be 71 one bedrooms, 51 two bedrooms, 14 three bedrooms, for a total of 136 market rate units. We have available affordable units for folks at 80% AMI, 12, 8, and 1, for a total of 21. And the 60%, as I indicated earlier, would be 1, 1, and 1, for a total of 3. In addition to that, as I said, we had a good meeting with Elijah and Amanda. We went through the proposed conditions, which I'm sure Elijah will present later, and believe that we have worked out or have come to a consensus on, I believe, the language on everything save for one provision that is in there. What we had requested, I think it was in our last round, was a phasing where we would end up building the front building and obtaining occupancy permits on building A, which building A, I believe, is the front building, which is the one that has the commercial in it first. So we have uploaded on the permitting portal a phasing plan that shows that. In addition to that, we have submitted the updated or revised TDM plan, which has incorporated in the recommendations of the peer reviewer. And there was a third thing I uploaded, and I'm blanking out what it was. But anyway, so that's where we're at. And we'll again be happy to address any questions the board has, or I can bring up the one point that we have I don't know if it's a sticking point. It may be more of a language point in one of the proposed conditions, should this get approved.
I think it would make sense to hear what your concern is about the conditions before. First of all, do we have Tom Houston here as the peer reviewer with us today? I didn't see him.
Mr. Houston is not with us this evening.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd like to hear what your concern is about the conditions, because that might prompt some questions from some of my colleagues and or myself as well.
So in the proposed or draft conditions that had been presented to us was number 46, condition 46, which had to do with the signal timing of the traffic signal at the intersection of Everett, Clapwood Tree, Upwood Woods, and Washington Street. The way we read it currently is that it basically says that, as written, is that we would cooperate with various parties in both Norwood and in Westwood to design and facilitate signal timing adjustments to realize operational improvements without geometric or physical modifications to the intersection. Then it goes on to say all costs associated, all costs associated with the signal timing adjustment, including installation of new signal equipment, would basically be the responsible of the client and of the applicant, excuse me. And then the single timing should be implemented prior to the issuance of the first occupancy for the project. So we took a little bit of a different stance on that. One is currently we believe that our traffic report indicated that that signal is currently, from a timing perspective, is currently at the optimal that it's going to be at currently, and that the applicant is more than willing to participate in improvements that may be required to that signal timing as a result of this project. And the reason we have said that is because we understand that both in Norwood and potentially in Westwood, that there could be a number of other projects that come along, which will also impact that traffic signal. And so the applicant's position is that The applicant should, share in any costs of single timing adjustments, but on a, if you will, pro rata basis based upon the impact being made by this project. And then we indicated further that the time of that, if you will, restudy of that intersection should be after the residential apartments reached 80% occupancy, because that's when we'll be able to tell if this project is requiring signal timing adjustments, and we would be able to do a comparison. And to make it, in layman's terms for me, we currently know how many cars come out of our intersection, out of our site, excuse me, and would take a right. Those would be the ones which are affecting that particular traffic signal, and that we would be able to, after we are occupied, do another study which would indicate how many of our vehicles are now taking that right and impacting that traffic signal, and make a determination of the percentage, if any, that our project has on that intersection. And again, that's why we're saying that it should be done, once we reach some kind of occupancy, in order to make a determination if this project, if in fact is. As you're aware, part of our thinking is that we have implemented what we think is a pretty good TDM plan, including a shuttle service during the peak hours of getting people to the various train stations. In addition to that, if not just the one we're going to be operating, hopefully coupling with other shuttle services that are in the area, many that the planning board had mentioned to us. So we're hoping that our project has very little, if any, impact on that particular signal. So that's the issue. That's the one condition that we saw that we still believe needs to be ironed out.
Okay, thank you. I think I'd like to open it up to board member questions, comments, feedback at this point. Any of my colleagues have any questions or thoughts they'd like to share about where the project is currently at?
Ellen, I just had a question about the concern of the applicant on that condition. Is there a way we have access to other residents or entities to create a pro rata share for the impact to that? Maybe that's a question for Elijah or Nora. I'm not aware of any other special permit applications before at least Westwood in this area that may be affecting that intersection that we could reach out to split the cost, essentially.
So I can speak a little bit to that. I think that the first step in getting any changes at the intersection is working with the state, with Mass DOT. I think they're already aware that there have been other projects that have contributed to the failure of the intersection the way it stands now. In Westwood, we had the Progressive Insurance property several years ago that we were concerned about how that would affect the failure rate of the intersection. And the planning board required a set amount of funding be put up by Progressive Insurance as part of its approval decision. And then they applied that to the design, I think it was 4 years ago when we expanded the width of Clabbertree Street to add a left turn lane in there. We tried to work with the state to get a left turn arrow, but we were unable to do that at the time. And the state said that they were continuing to review the intersection based on the Upland Woods and the Moderna project and any other projects in the area. So I think we'd go through a similar process. We don't have a list of what those projects are that have any effect on it, but when we get through to the state and ask for some revisions, I think we would be looking at all the contributing properties. How many of those would actually kick in some funds, I don't know. I think that the intersection changes would mostly be handled by Mass DOT, but there's probably going to be a local share. And I think we would look to this project as one of the projects that would contribute to that local share.
And what about the Norwood companies that may affect it, or entities like Benchmark?
We would be asking for those to do the same. Now, Benchmark is already well established and probably hard to reach back. But for anything that's undergoing current expansion, like Moderna, like potential future stages in Upland Woods, anything further on Everett Street, whether it's in Norwood or Westwood, in the future, I think we would look to all of those projects. But the first step is getting Mass DOT to agree that changes are necessary at that intersection and work with us to design those changes.
Okay. Thanks for that explanation, Nora.
Nor if another party, another entity says no to a pro rata share, where are we left? Picking up the cost?
So no, I don't think we are left picking up the cost. I think that the project isn't getting done if enough entities, including the towns of Westwood and Norwood, don't kick in some funding. So it'll all depend on what the requirement is for the cost of the resignalization. If it's just the signals, that's one thing. If it's signals and expansion of the roadway, that's another. The state owns the intersection and would be responsible for the expansion of the roadway. I would expect if we were interested in signalization changes and DOT was not necessarily interested in those, they would ask us to kick in some amount for the share of those. And we would look to this project, any other projects that at that time were going forward in Westwood, we would treat the same way and ask them to kick in some portion of the cost. And we would ask Norwood to do the same. If Norwood didn't follow through on that, then we would be left with the amount of funding that we had from the projects in Westwood, and we would hope that the state would accept that as a share and allow the signal timing that was beneficial to Westwood to go forward. But it's all hypothetical at this point until we actually sit down and have those discussions. We don't know where they'll go or what the costs will be.
So 46 references signal adjustment timing as compared to expansion of a lane or something else, which is a physical adjustment. So it's solely based on the adjustment of the signal. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. So right now, that's what we think is needed. We've done the lane adjustments that we were interested in doing on Clabbertree Street, and our
Right.
lane on Washington Street, the only other portion of the intersection we have any control over, are sufficient. We believe that a signal change is needed, but we don't have the permission to go forward with that signal change until Mass DOT agrees. So
Do we have any understanding or range of, I have no idea what the costs that we're even talking about here. Do we know?
It'll depend on whether the mast arms need to be replaced or if they can handle a new signal head that just has a left turn arrow, which will be a heavier signal than the existing one. I imagine the cost, if it's just the signal, Giorgio, you might be more knowledgeable than me on that, but it could be up to $100,000.
Oh,
It's extensive.
okay.
This is the cost of the signal itself. It's the cost of installing it, of handling the traffic mitigation during the installation. And if the mast arm needs to be replaced, it would be more than that. So I think we're looking at the same thing on Washington Street now, and I don't have an exact estimate, but I'm thinking it's more than 50,000 and less than 200,000.
How would the pro rata be determined? That is the other issue that in other words, is it based on volume? How do we come to that consideration?
I would say there'd be a calculation based on volume, taking into account all of the projects that are underway at the time that Mass DOT would allow us to do that. If they allowed us to do it next week, this is the only project in Westwood that would be related to the discussion. We would ask the Norwood projects that are current or still undergoing review to kick in as well, take those into consideration. But in Westwood, the only thing we would control is this one project. If 5 years down the line, we have another project going on down where Mercedes is or Progressive Insurance is changes their development outlook, or there's a new road that exits onto Everett Street from the Glacier Everett Drive, any projects involved in those type of developments would also be included. So it all depends on what's happening at the time when Mass DOT gives us permission to move forward.
Would we need to put a time frame on this? Because at some point, I mean, if we're talking Progressive comes in with a new application in 5 years, and this is long already past, our purview.
So that's up to the board. You could do that. In the case of the last approval for Progressive, there was a 5-year limitation. We received funding that we had to spend within 5 years. So you could do something similar. Now, this is a little bit different. We're not asking for upfront funding. So it's just a little bit different. What we're saying is we're asking them to contribute, to participate and contribute to the cost.
So was there a holdback on the Progressive, essentially, that was going to be returned to Progressive if there was no,
if it wasn't
utilized?
Right, but we did spend it on widening Laboratory Street,
I think,
which I think had a positive effect on the intersection.
Right, I agree. Okay. Okay, those are the questions I have on the signal.
Thanks, Phil. Kate, I thought I saw your hand up.
Thank you. So I do agree that we should be waiting until we're at some percentage of occupancy to see what the impact is, rather than I think there was some discussion of coming up with something. Having this completed before a certificate of occupancy, that the signal timing adjustments shall be implemented prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. I'd love to hear more about why that is, rather than waiting until we have cars on the road to see what the impact is here. And I did just want to say to attorneys, my sense is that folks coming out and taking a left will also be impacting this this intersection as well. I think every car that enters and leaves this premise will be affecting that intersection in one way or another. So I just wanted to take as big a picture of this, as big a view of this as possible. But I'd love to hear about tying this to the certificates of occupancy.
So I agree that it would not necessarily have to be tied to the certificate of occupancy. I think that's overly optimistic, thinking that Mass DOT will sit down and discuss this prior to the certificate of occupancy. That in an ideal world, that's where we would want to be. And that was this condition was based on a condition for the Islington Center redevelopment project, which used the certificate of occupancy as that point. That's often a term that's used because it's where the developer needs something and we want to get something. So there's an easy trade there. But in this case, I would say you could set a date X months or years after the certificate of occupancy is issued, and it has to be sometime in that time frame.
Perhaps we could tie it to the certificate of occupancy for the second building. So once they have the first building up and going, then potentially to the second building.
Yeah, is there a way to do that, Elijah, with also giving us even more time if we need it?
Yeah, maybe a person. Yeah, then in that case, I mean, we could work with the language, maybe like a percentage of, the building being occupied.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't mean to interrupt, but just in terms of certificates of occupancy, and Giorgio, please jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. The way Islington, I believe, got issued certificate of occupancies on the commercial space, there was they waited to see if it was 1 tenant, 2 tenant, or 3 tenants. Then they would issue separate certificate of occupancies for each one of those. Again, if there's 1 tenant, it's if the commercial gets 1 certificate. I believe that then the remainder of the building got sort of like this generic occupancy permit, and then we got individual, I'm going to call them letter occupancy permits for each individual apartment or unit. And I don't know if that's the same because those were condos. Giorgio, can you
No, it's different, Pete. So what happens here, since their apartments, you'll have a certificate of occupancy for the residential, and then a certificate of occupancy for every commercial unit. So it's either 1, 2, or 3, whatever the amount is. So we tied in Islington, we tied the last certificate of occupancy in the commercial space to that. I'm pretty sure we tied the last commercial space to that signal timing. And also, I think they wanted the building at a certain percent occupied before they did the final signalization timing of it. Yeah, so that's how they did it in Islington. I'm not sure what other way we can do it here on Everett Street.
Giorgio, just so
Go ahead.
I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
add, if I could, I don't mean it, just so I'm just trying to get all the information out so we can make a rational decision. Are your buildings about 50%? Like, you know, if you took the number of units, I know the first building has the commercial space.
Yeah.
But-
Is there a way to do it if I'm not 100% sure, but is there a way to do it if we come back to the planning board or Elijah, at the time we go for occupancy permit, we put up a bond or something, for example, and then get it released upon the Mass DOT's Mass DOT's input in it? I'm not sure if that's an option as well.
Given that you're also doing phasing, don't we have to kind of tie it into the phasing aspect too? Because if you're only doing building 1 and then you have a significant gap on 2, we end up having time ticking without actual change of circumstance.
Right.
So we have to somehow, there has to be a connection with the phasing aspect, I think.
Right, we had put in, that's why I mean, you can pick the number. We had said 80% because we figured that's, you know, we're not fully occupied. We still got 20 to go, but it would be enough to generate, I think, whatever a good amount of traffic that's going to be coming out of this site. I had discussed this with Ken Cram, our traffic guy. He's clearly more familiar with how these mass work. It's not so much the tweaking of the signal itself. It's if in fact we have to get into replacing the signal equipment, meaning the mass amp. I think that my understanding was that would be considerably more than $100,000. And because we're phasing this, you know, we hear rumors about projects going on, you know, that could pop up in a year from now while we're still in a phasing. So there could be another project. We were thinking more future projects. You know, what's there today is what's impacting the signal today. And our thought was that by the time, you know, if this is a 2 or 3 year project to get, by the time we complete and start occupying the second building, there could be another project that comes in that time frame. I mean, Giorgio hears more rumors than I do, but in the development world, so to speak, I hear, you know, people make inquiries about various things. So we believe there could be something happening in the area that could be significant, or a number of things that together could be significant. And again, I go back to that the signal today, as it exists, and Ken, correct me, is optimized currently. Is that what you said?
Yes.
But we're trying to anticipate, essentially, this is all a discussion about the future anyways.
Right. So hearing the discussion.
Go ahead. No, and the phasing is the thing that I'm struggling with.
Right. So that's why we tied, again, I go back, and again, what I'm hearing tonight is we're not, you know, I don't think this is something where we're so far apart. I mean, the applicant's agreeing that he should be, if his project impacts that intersection, be it because they're going left or right, but if his project impacts that intersection, that, you know, he would be responsible for the signal timing changes and working with Mass DOT. We actually added in, of course, based on Mass DOT's approval, because as Nora just indicated, you can't make any of those changes. You know, our concern is that, as I say, some other project comes in the pipeline. We can't worry about a project 10 years after us, that they're going to have to handle that. But something that's happening by the time we are open, call it 75%, 80% occupancy. And, I'm sure Ken could tell you what study would be done to determine, our impact on that intersection, because it's been studied today. And so therefore, if we're the only ones that open, then it's easy. If we're the only one that opens in the area, and it's easy to say, okay, this is where it was before you opened, and this is where it is today, and what needs to be done in terms of getting it back to an optimal timing. Thank you for letting me interrupt.
Thanks. Kate, looked like you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to propose the point of view that, if your project is slow walked and somebody else does come in, your project is a compounding factor to their project. So it isn't necessarily to your detriment to move slowly if this is potentially prohibitively expensive. So I'm really want to think this through and be equitable and be sensitive to timing and not be hasty. This is the first time I'm involved in a discussion such as this. So I really want to look at it from as many points of view as possible, including especially getting this project done.
So if I may, I think a good option that was mentioned would be tying it to the 80% of the phase one for the residential, and then assessing afterwards.
Why only phase one, Elijah, as compared to 80? Because I guess if we have phase two ongoing, but then it is to get together with phase two, I guess I'm trying to just understand how that works.
Well, from what I can see is just being able to gauge what the traffic is when they're actually occupying that first building and the effects as it's entering traffic.
Part of my concern is if phase one, we start essentially a clock ticking, a 5-year clock, and we hit 80%, and then there's a period of gap before phase two, 1 to 2, could be, who knows what the period of time is, where there's time ticking without necessarily further impact because phase two hasn't started yet. So that I'm a little wary on an absence of tying the phasing. I'm open to suggestions though.
What would you think of having the signal timing adjustments have to be implemented following 80% of the residential occupancy, but prior to the issuance of the final certificate of occupancy for the project as a whole? Or, one or the other, that you're trying to get as much occupancy as you can in the project as a whole, that you either have to have it complete before the very final certificate of occupancy, or say within 2 years of issuance of the final certificate of occupancy, but then you could also put a phrase in there that says, unless additional time for implementation is granted by the select board. So the select board, as the road commissioners, are going to be involved in this project. Once the planning board grants approval, you would step back from the roadway issues, and it would be the select board that would take over there. So maybe you say signal timing adjustments should be implemented following 80% of the residential occupancy, but within 2 years of the issuance of the final certificate of occupancy for the project, unless an extension of that time is granted by the select board.
Or what do we do if we have dueling traffic studies at the time, which the new applicant provides a traffic study from someone who's got the credentials of Mr. Cram and says that there's no impact, and all of a sudden we have.
So that's one of the reasons we asked that the condition is that the applicant will work cooperatively with the town, with Mass DOT, with Norwood to find out whether additional timings need to be done, signalization changes need to be done. So it'll all be studied at that time, and if nothing's needed, nothing is done. If there's something that's needed, that's when we figure out who's responsible for what portion of it, and we go forward from there. So we're going through this process right now in Islington. So Ken's initial report said that intersection works as designed, works to the best it can, the way it is now. Our peer review engineer agreed with that. The select board reviewed both of those reports, and select board members were concerned that they wanted to see the traffic study performed from a different point of view because they think there still is a problem there. So they're
Right.
going through it again, doing some additional counts and reporting back to the select board, and the select board will make that determination if anything further needs to be done with that signal. So I'd see a similar process here, only in this process, it's not just the Westwood Select Board. It's also the Norwood Select Board and Mass DOT. So it's a more involved project with a lot more questions. So I think the best we can do is require the developer to work cooperatively with the town, and then set some parameters for when we expect the signalization timing to be considered, and grant an out for the select board to extend it further if necessary. I think that's the best we can do.
Would it make sense to use a percentage like 80%? Or the latter of, to start the clock ticking, the latter of 80% or a total cap? Mr. Zaka, perhaps what do you think about that?
Well, I say we're not far apart. We and I don't know, Elijah. I don't know if you have my language. I apologize when I had sent it in an email to you, Elijah, on December 1st, and we agree with the whole. If I could break it down, because I feel like to respond to your question, I agree. We can put a time frame in this. I hadn't done it, but I had put at the very beginning. I used the same language. Applicants shall work cooperatively with the town planner, town engineer, public safety officer, Town of Westwood Select Board, Town of Norwood Select Board, and Mass DOT to design and facilitate single timing adjustments at the Everett Street, Clapwood Street, Upland Woods, Washington Street intersection. I then added required as a result of this project. The purpose is to realize future operational improvements without geometric or physical modifications to the intersection that are proven to require the proposed 22 Everett Street project. Applicant shall be responsible for the pro rata costs associated with the future signal timing adjustments required as a result of the 22 Everett Street project, including the installation of new signal equipment if required. And then here's the key: signal timing adjustments shall be studied, I put, after the residential apartments reach 80% occupancy. If any adjustments are required as a result of this project, the same shall be implemented upon DOT review and approval of any changes. If I go back to that second and last line, signal timing adjustments shall be studied after the residential apartments reach 80% occupancy, and we can add the or, put a timing in there if that would help. I don't think my client's opposed to that. Our key point is that, we'll be he wants to be responsible for what he causes, I guess is the way I'm putting it. And the best way to test that is, when he's actually, the project is up and operating. I think our phasing plan, and God forbid, something chaotic, catastrophic happen, you're probably looking at a 3-year total build out on this site, with that front building being done first, starting to occupy that, and then while the second building is under construction. And again, George, you'll jump in if I say anything incorrect. So so we figure the 80% would get you to at least the 3-year mark. It could be sooner, if interest rates drop considerably and a few other things happen, it could be sooner. But more than likely, we think the 80% occupancy means we have to build it and then start leasing them. So you're looking at I think you're looking at that 3 to 5 year window anyway between building it and getting the occupancy. So we don't have an issue with a time frame, reach 80% occupancy or the sooner of or the later of, whichever way the board would prefer.
So if I could just comment, I understand why Peter's draft is written the way it is, and I'm concerned that it's too limiting. So I could share my screen and just show you what I would propose.
Thank you, Nora.
Can you see that now?
Yes.
Big enough? Okay. So for 46, I would recommend the applicant should work cooperatively with the town planner, town engineer, public safety officer, Town of Westwood Select Board, Town of Norwood Select Board, and Mass DOT to design and facilitate signal timing adjustments in order to realize operational improvements at the Everett Street, Clabber Street, Upland Wood, Washington Street intersection without geometric or physical modifications to said intersection. All costs associated with signal timing adjustments related to this project, including the installation of new signal equipment if required, shall be the responsibility of the applicant. Signal timing adjustments, if required, shall be implemented following 80% residential occupancy and within 2 years of the issuance of the final certificate of occupancy for the project, unless additional time for such implementation is granted by the Westwood Select Board.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any feedback on that proposal?
I personally think that seems to capture both what Phil is largely saying, and not to speak for you, Phil, but like I'm hearing very similar things, and it seems like the applicant has already sort of shown interest, or I mean, these numbers are actually even from them, right? So we're just adding this 2-year component of it. So like, I think this meets everybody's needs, and I'm not sure what else we can suss out here.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I guess my only question is if the 2 years is sufficient, then otherwise I think that works. But I don't know how the applicant feels about this language.
Giorgio, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I think this language works. Yeah, I think it addresses all of our concerns.
If I could just add, and I know maybe it goes without being said, but could we just add, one line that we all understand that the implementation requires Mass DOT approval?
Are you saying on the sentence that says signal timing adjustments if required by Mass DOT?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Or there?
There we go. Yeah, that's
Yep.
fine. Just so I know it goes without saying, but I don't, this way, if everybody agrees that we need to, if the towns and my client, everybody all agree this is what we need to do, and Mass DOT says no, then we're still at a standstill. So, but yeah, otherwise, Nora did a great job in capturing, I think, what I've been discussing, and what I think what the board has mentioned tonight.
Yeah, I'm good with this.
Thank you. Giorgio, is that a legacy hand, or was there something
Sorry.
else you'd like to? No, no worries. I
sorry.
just didn't want to not recognize you if you had something else you wanted to say. Okay, so I think we have hashed out that condition. Do my colleagues have any comments or questions on any other aspects of this project in total? On anything we've heard tonight, or any other outstanding questions? Elijah, looks like you have something you wanted to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I think at the last meeting, and I'm not sure if my intentions were captured, but I did want to just say that I do support this project, with the 160 units, given that it accommodates the affordable housing aspect of it.
Thank you. Chris?
Thanks. Elijah, in what you sent us in our packet, it acknowledges the increase up to 160, but it also was referring to 28 students based at 150. I'm assuming the additional 10 is a relatively de minimis number change. But I just wanted to make sure that that was mentioned, and out of whatever other fiscal results are from the 10 additional.
Yes, Chris, that is correct. I did fail to adjust that. It would be 160, and then the student number would be 29.
So one student additional?
That's
Yes,
correct.
running, if I may.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, that's in condition 22.
Right,
Actually,
that's what I was going to say.
yeah, it was changed to 29 in the last sentence or the last line. It needed to be changed to 29. So using the same formula that we've been using, that Mark Fugier put together, it actually increased by a total of one student.
Okay.
But then 22 needs to be consistent with the prior sentence, Mr. Zaka, is that correct? Or the prior phrase?
Yeah,
Or
and yeah, Elijah and I had discussed that, and I thought I'm looking at the version he sent me, but in the in number 22, the second to last line where it says exceeds 28 students,
Yes,
that should say exceeds 29 students.
right, because
If you notice, it was changed at the end. Yeah, I thought
yeah,
that
it's
was
inconsistent with the last part, the last number.
Thank you. Chris, did you have any other questions or comments?
No, that was it.
Did anyone else from the board have anything they wanted to add?
Is solar out? I saw no reference on solar.
No, it's in. Both properties have.
Because I
Yes,
know
it's
what it was in our discussion in our last meeting, but is it still part? Because I saw
Yes.
the playground is still part of the point, which is the disability playground that we talked about, which everyone
Yes.
loved. Okay, and
That's
solar
it.
too.
The solar is on both buildings. Yes.
Okay, that's
If my colleagues don't have any further comments or questions, I have a few that I just kind of wanted to go through, but I'm happy to let everyone else speak first. Okay, I guess it's my turn. I have a quick question about the unit breakdown. I noticed that you have the 62 bedrooms, not 62 bedrooms. But I guess where I'm a little confused and is that with the 150, we were looking at 62 bedrooms, and I guess you were going to have to cut some out. But from what I see, the new units that you're adding, it's 9 1-bedrooms and 1 3-bedroom. And I think what I had hoped was a bit more of an equitable distribution. And I know I'm sensitive to the fact that it wouldn't really work for you to have to redesign the buildings and move the walls, because that triggers a whole lot of redesign. So I understand that. But I guess I'm not super excited about 9 1-bedrooms. And I kind of hope to see a couple of different options at this meeting instead of just that. And I guess my question is there any wiggle room for you there within the footprints of the building as they are? Is there any other configuration you could offer us aside from 1 3-bedroom and 9 1-bedrooms?
Yeah, I know Giorgio, if I may, Giorgio worked with Mike McKay on that, and
Yeah. So what we did was, it was hard to really get the number we had. I mean, Mike did an excellent job. I mean, the staff to put the numbers here together that we have. So what we did was we really went back to the original 150 and how many 2-bedrooms we had at that time, and that's how we came up. That's how we thought at the end of the day that would help. To make them any smaller, it really becomes a problem, because the smaller they are, the harder they are going to be to rent. And without changing without changing the footprint of the building and the size of the building, it's impossible to do unless, again, we change everything.
And financially, there's no way for you to make it work to say drop to 158 units, and instead of having 9 1-bedrooms, you could have a couple of 2-bedrooms instead? Or does that not work for you with the financial calculations?
The financials that we ran, and we really thought long and hard on this with not only our bank, our lenders, our appraisers, this is where we came up with the numbers of 160. And again, meeting with Amanda and Elijah, there's a lot relying on that rent in the local action unit with that the board that we have to meet with, the way they lower the rent significantly. Then we're really, I think we're getting six, is it Elijah, is it 70% of the 80% AMI?
That's correct.
Yeah, so it's lowered significantly on overall on the project.
70% of the market.
Correct, I'm
Right.
sorry.
Yeah,
And
it was,
I-
if I can clarify, it's 70% of the market rents, with the exception of the 3 bedrooms. We allowed them to go to the maximum because 70% of the market rate rent would have exceeded the 80% AMI limit.
Right.
Thank you. And I'm actually 100% supportive of the lower rents for the affordable units, because I think that's the right thing. I was just hoping to have a little bit more family friendly housing in total rather than a few more 1 bedrooms, but I understand it's a numbers game. Can you refresh my memory about what the breakdown of how many bedrooms with the affordable units? I believe there's 24 total with the 160. How many 1 bedrooms, how many 2 bedrooms, how many 3 bedrooms?
Peter, you have that?
Yeah, I have that in front of me. So between the 80 and the 60, I just put them together. So we have 13 1-bedroom, 9 2-bedroom, and 2 3-bedroom.
Okay, so the majority of the affordables are still not what I would call, family housing. 1 bedrooms aren't really family housing. All right. I have a few questions. I'm sorry. I have a bunch of notes. My next question was about, I think I've asked a couple of times about the projections on the net benefit to the town financially. Now that we've heard the rents, which I think came in a bit lower than the Gables, but we are seeing a few more units. So I'm just curious. I don't know that I believe that $350,000 per year benefit is going to hold, but I guess I'm curious how much of an impact. I'm just trying to get a sense of what the delta is how much different could it potentially be based on the actual rents we've heard, but factoring in the additional rental units. I know that's a tough question, but just a ballpark figure would really be helpful for me.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough to calculate. I mean, I based the value of the project based on the Gables as an estimate. Now the Gables has 60% of those units are 1 beds and 40% are 2 beds. Also, 20% of those units are affordable. So the percentage of affordable is higher. They have more 1 beds than this. And they're at approximately, from an assessment standpoint, I believe, $308,000 a unit as an average assessment. So if we follow that price point, the value is going to increase. I have a estimated value of $46,200,000 on the apartments originally. With these extra units, we're estimating to go up to $49,200,000. Realizing that this project has a higher percentage of 2 and 3 bedrooms, which even though some of them will be affordable, that you'll be able to charge more rents for those. The Gables is being hindered by 20% of the units being affordable, and the fact that 60% of the units are 1 bed. So I think that assessment is conservative, and if anything, maybe getting more money from this project than I estimated, which means that the fiscal impact will be greater than anticipated.
Thank you. That is helpful. I had a couple of notes on the TDM, the V1. The most recent copy that I have is still showing estimates on trips and whatnot based on 150 units. I think that that needs to be updated. I can't project how much of an impact the additional 10 units will have, but I would like to see those calculations and see that updated. I also was curious, I noticed that it factors in the traffic studies have factored in the retail as far as generating trips. But I'm curious if there's been any consideration to trips generated by people coming and going to the playground. Because I think, you know, that will be a draw for families who have needs and that, you know, don't necessarily just live in Westwood. There will be people coming and going by car to use the playground. So I was curious if any of that had been factored into the traffic calculations and especially around the demand management plan.
It's a question for Ken.
Sorry. No, the TDM did not factor in the TDM measures for the playground. It's an interesting use, the way from what I understand that the playground's being designed and the clientele it's being designed for. And my inclination is that the users of this playground might be arriving primarily with handicap accessible vehicles. And I would not expect that we would be able to get that service provided to the members of the community that want to come to the playground.
Oh, no, I understand that. I meant more in terms of the number of trips that are generated by those comings and goings. And when I was looking at the TDM, I noticed that it was still basing the trips on 150 units. And then I started thinking about, you know, other things that the traffic study may not have necessarily taken into consideration. So I guess that's really the question is the traffic study full stop? Do we have numbers for 160 and have trips to and from the playground been factored into that? And I think that made, you know, piggyback into the conversation around signal timing and stuff like that. If we're generating more trips, I just kind of I'm curious if we have numbers for that.
Excuse me, Ken, there's a condition in the, there's still a condition in the proposed condition that the most updated TDM be submitted. So we submitted one that just incorporated in the recommendations. So we're still under a obligation to update the TDM, which we can do by adding in the factors that you're talking about, those additional factors. The other thing is, and I'll have Ken look into this, but it's my understanding that the at least during the weekday, the use of the playground is probably more allocated outside of the peak hours. And when we address a traffic report, when we put together a TDM, you primarily look at those peak hours and you try to mitigate from the peak hours. But again, that's my understanding on, and this is more historical because of another project I had, that most playgrounds during the weekday, you know, and I'm not talking public playgrounds where they may be running a, you know, like a summer camp or something at that playground, but generally speaking, that playgrounds are during the off-peak hour. So, but again, we can have Ken do that and add something into the TDM about that as well.
Thank you. And I think that's the bulk of my questions. I have a couple of comments and asks, really. I've been very excited about this project from the get-go. I think cleaning up the brook and daylighting that is all going to be an incredibly excellent benefit to the town. I'm really happy about the progress with the affordable units. I guess I'm a little less excited than I was initially, simply because of some of the things that have come up over our last couple of meetings. There have been things that have come off the table. The pedestrian path not being able to happen is problematic for me. I have concerns about that. some of the improvements to Morrison. There are people, I'm still getting questions about why the pickleball court went away. So I think and now we're looking at 10 additional units, which doesn't necessarily sound like a lot, but I am hearing there are concerns about that. So I'm not as excited as I was. I'm still supportive of this project, but I think to feel really good about this, I have a couple of things that I'd like you to consider that I don't think are super impactful financially, but I think might help the project. First one is we talked last time about the Neponset Valley TMA and you potentially joining. I would propose that actually be a condition of approval that you do join. I think that would really help and really work hand in hand with your transportation demand management plan and some of the things a lot of the things that you're looking to do, they do as well. And I think there could be a nice synergy there. And that they might actually be able to help if challenges come up that we haven't necessarily discussed and fleshed out in these meetings as the project evolves. I think they'd be a resource that could really help alleviate some of this. So I don't know if you'd be open to that, but I think I would feel more comfortable if that were a condition rather than a maybe.
Yeah, I think that's something that we can, I think that's something we can do.
Great. The other ask that I have is, I know we have condition 47, which is kind of aspirational about trying to see if there's a way to do something as far as pedestrian access goes. And I know it was specifically about that path that we had talked about through the adjoining lots to the Islington Center train station. And I understand that you've had some challenges there, but I would like to see, and I don't know how my colleagues feel about this, but kind of a more solid commitment within the next 5 to 7 years or whatever's an amenable time frame to improve pedestrian access, to offer alternate pedestrian access. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what the options are there, but given that the site is so limited in what you can do with curb cuts and how to get cars in and out, I really strongly feel that pedestrian access and other ways of getting in and out of the site are going to be really important. And I do appreciate the TDM that you're doing. I think that's excellent, but I would really like a more firm commitment to finding ways to improve pedestrian access in and out of that site. And I don't know if that's something you'd be amenable to, but I think that would make me feel better.
Absolutely. Yeah, Ella, just so you know a little more clarity, I have had numerous discussions with property owners back there, and there may be something in the pipeline. I'm not 100% sure what it is for development back there for other landowners. So we've actually told them when they do have something lined up, let us know, because we'd like to tie into that walking path. And I'm sure, Ellen, if they become in front of you, that's going to be top priority if we can connect to them. And I think the walkability of our site and all the sites around us is very, very important. So yeah, we have a common goal there. So absolutely.
That's great.
And if I could just add to that though, this is the lawyer part, we can't commit. We'll put the strongest language in that you would like, that my client would, in terms of continuing to explore, but it would be difficult for us to have I hate to use the word commitment, but a commitment to cross somebody else's property, because that is clearly the walking, any path that we're talking about off of this property other than through the front is going to be through a third party's real estate. And we can commit to explore it, we can commit to engage it, we can do all those things, but the key player is that third party. And as of right now, and as Giorgio's indicated, he's had discussions with them also through some third parties that we thought may help move this along as well. And as Giorgio indicated, there may be things coming up in the future that may open up that whole possibility, especially if they have to come before this board or any town board. So we'll take the strongest language you want to give us, short of that the project is based on a commitment that those pedestrian routes would actually come into being, because again, we don't control that land.
Have you
Mr.
given any
Zacco.
thought to I'm sorry, to maybe, discussing with MassDOT, because some of their property actually, I don't know if that's a possibility, but that's something I was thinking too, is if you can't get some of the private neighboring property owners on board, perhaps MassDOT would be willing to work with you to use some of the property that abuts you that belongs to them. It doesn't have to be, that's what I was saying, like, I'm not married to the path that we talked about. And even if it doesn't connect into the walking path that's there, I think I need to see some sort of improved pedestrian access to and from. And I know it's challenging, and I appreciate what you're saying.
Mr. Zaka, would you agree to a best efforts language?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
So if we modified it so best efforts, and that's usually the highest standard without an absolute commitment or a requirement, that because especially where we're dealing with third parties, I would assume, Giorgio, you would be okay with best efforts.
Yes, it's
Okay.
a huge, if we can get this done, it's a huge win for us and my residents. So we want to do what we can to make sure it happens.
That
Whether
would be
it's
great.
now or in 5 years from now or in 10 years from now, it's a huge benefit for us to have that walking path.
Yeah.
Especially before the traffic signal study.
You might save yourself some money.
Exactly.
Thank you. Kate, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say I would have been comfortable without requiring this best efforts with additional walkways. I feel like we are getting so much done in this project, and we have 50 conditions here. And I mean, I'm on the ped bike committee. I'm from the beginning, I'm all about pedestrians and pedestrian safety. And I was part of the comprehensive plan, working on the town centers like this. We are getting so much out of this project that I do not want this to be onerous for the developer to work with us. I mean, he's coming to us. My experience has been he's coming to us in good faith to make the best possible project. I don't want to come up with 75 conditions. This feels like a lot to me. So that's where I'm coming from. We're getting a ton. We're cleaning up a super fun site. We're getting a ton. People can walk there. It's a huge improvement over no one being able to walk there right now. So I just want to throw that out there. Thank you. I appreciate everything that's being said, but this developer is doing a ton. Thanks.
Thank you, Kate. I had a couple of other kind of more straightforward questions. The curbing, there's some notes about concrete and some about granite. Are you planning on mixed on the curbing, or is it all granite?
All granite.
Okay. The courtyard, are there any steps in the courtyard? It wasn't, someone asked me because it wasn't clear to them about with the drawing in the courtyard, if it was 100% accessible or if there were any steps in there. Is it completely flat?
It's completely flat. We did like some stone seating and stuff like that throughout it, but it's all handicap accessible all the way around.
Okay. And quick question about the solar. I'm really excited that you're going to move forward with that. Do you have any calculations on how much offset is your building at zero, or?
So we won't have that until the next phase comes up once we hire an electrical engineer. So we have to hire an electrical engineer to figure out exactly the net zero and all that, how much power is drawing. So we have to work with Eversource as well, because it's going to be a pretty big solar field. So that's a moving part that, I mean, believe it or not, it's a lot to figure out on how big it can be and maximizing it. So we don't have the exact numbers yet, but that'll go hand in hand when we have the electrical engineer produce all that.
Okay.
It's the company that does that we hired. It's Solar One that does it.
Thank you. That's all the notes that I have. Were there any other comments or questions from board members?
I'm just going to briefly echo Kate a little bit, saying when I finally saw kind of the entirety of the package, I just want to say that I was very pleased with where we've gotten to, and very pleased with the efforts that the applicant has made. So I just am enthused as much as everybody else.
May I ask
Thank
one
you.
question through the chair to Elijah? I don't know, because I'm looking at a draft of the conditions. On condition 40, which talks about working with the property owner on Washington Street to enhance the lighting. I think we were correcting the address on that. If I recall, that was Mr. David's project. He was doing a little bench with a light, and that's what we had talked about. But I believe what I'm looking at still has it on 400 Washington Street, but I don't believe that was the number, the street address of that project. I think
You're right.
If I could
Yes.
just,
Oh.
if I could just point out, that was chosen, it was referenced as the southernmost lot line of that property, which means to get to the far end, the northernmost end of Stephen David's property. So it could be adjusted either way to say the southernmost lot line of 400 Washington Street, or the northernmost lot line of, is it 436? I think is that address.
436.
436.
So if you're more
430.
comfortable with that, it could be the northernmost lot line. In other words, it goes through that property.
Yes, I can adjust it to the northernmost lot line at 436 Washington if
yeah, at least I know that way. I know what property. Thank you. I think I had my north and south mixed up, so I thought it was putting me at the other side of Dunkin' Donuts.
No,
I
just
just-
before Dunkin' Donuts starts.
I just want to clarify, that's from under you want lighting from under the bridge, starting from under the bridge on the Everett Streets, I'm sorry, on my project side, going beyond that, correct?
Yes. So you working with Stephen David to get lighting from your project through the end of his project
Okay,
under the bridge.
okay, thank you.
So I was taking some notes as you all were talking. If I could just share my screen and go through some condition amendments that I think I heard you discuss, and then you can rule them in or out. That's all right.
Thank you.
Okay, so the first was in condition 19. Can you see that? So this, I added part A, prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for the project, the applicant shall submit an updated TDM plan, which includes traffic counts associated with the final residential unit count and the proposed accessible playground. B, a last mile shuttle service to the Islington Commuter Rail Station. And C, employee sponsored subsidized commuter rail passes. So that just is essentially saying it's being updated to what we're discussing here tonight. In condition 20, this is a condition I added as you spoke. Prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for the project, the applicant shall provide confirmation of membership in the Ponset Valley Transportation Management Association, which membership shall be continuously maintained.
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
If the Neponset Valley Transportation Management, they don't, after a while, nobody uses it, or they don't take us as a member, how does, I mean, I've never used it before, so I'm just asking the question. Is it just a fee, or how does it work?
I believe it's an annual fee. And I
Annual
think
fee.
that fee is related to the usership. So
Okay.
depending on how many residents or employees of your businesses in the project use it, it would affect their fee.
Okay, so if nobody uses it, or if 2 people use it, 20 people use it, goes on. Okay, so I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, and if for some reason it was no longer useful to you, you could come back and request a modification of that condition.
Hopefully they use it. No, I understand.
Hopefully
Thank
they
you.
do.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and then in 23, I think it used to be 22, I updated the 29 students, so we have that in both places now. Condition 41, as we just discussed, I changed it to northernmost lot line of the existing commercial property at 436 Washington Street. I added condition 42, the applicant shall apply best efforts to ensure the earliest feasible installation of improved pedestrian routes from the property to area amenities, including Islington Center and the Islington MBTA station. It's pretty open-ended for what those pedestrian improvements might be. We already discussed 48, all costs associated with the signal timing. We went through that already. That's it. So I think all those are the conditions I heard.
One correction on 48, it's Upland Road. Upland Woods is the road off of Upland Road.
Okay. Upland Road. Thank you.
And Nora, this is Peter Zaka. Can you show me, when is it? 22, I believe it is. I just wanted,
Yep. Which condition was that?
there it is. The one about the one, yeah, no, it's now number, oh, the numbers have changed. The one about the students.
Okay, that's further.
He has that, it's 29.
Well, it's now 23.
29.
Okay.
29 students. The applicant shall notify the Westwood School Department as soon as the residential apartments reach 95% occupancy. The Westwood School Department shall then certify to the applicant the actual number of school-age children who are registered to attend the Westwood Public Schools with home addresses at the property. In the event the number of school-age children so certified by the Westwood Public Schools exceeds 29 students, the applicant will pay and tender to the town of Westwood a one-time payment of the sum of $10,000 for each student in excess of 29 students.
Excellent, thank you. I had misread it when it was up before. Thank you.
Nora.
Yes.
So for number 21, it should be 24 units.
Yes, that's right.
And then for number 22, it should be for line A, it should read 12 one bedroom and I think 8, 12 one bedroom and 8 two bedroom.
Concur.
I have a quick question about the new condition 42. Would that supersede what I think is now 48? It used to be 47. But I think I saw it as 48 going through here. No, sorry. 49. It's now 49. Would 42 supersede that?
Right. Sorry. Let me see. Let me move
42 is about the best efforts to, improve pedestrian routes. Would that, I guess we don't need both.
Yes, I didn't see that there was another one. So let me just put it here to look at them together.
Thank you.
Okay, so the new condition 48 reads, the applicant shall apply best efforts to ensure the earliest feasible installation of improved pedestrian routes from the property to area amenities, including Islington Center and the Islington MBTA station.
I actually like the flexibility there. The other one was so specific about it had to be that path through the abutters to Glacier Drive. I think that's probably a better plan moving forward anyway. Thank you. That was all the conditions. Okay. Were there any other comments from staff?
Yes. So just one note on the time. We are approaching the 1.5 hour mark for the meeting. And then also for the potential attendees in the meeting, the housing partnership did notice that they would be attending this meeting and were particularly interested in the specific agenda item. I do believe there may be Amanda may be able to speak a little more to that.
Yeah, so we, between Chris and 3 attendees, we do have a quorum tonight of the housing partnership, but it has been noticed. So I know they will be wanting to participate at some point.
Thank you.
So if you're ready for that, we could bring over the members of the housing partnership to join the planning board and have discussion on this project.
Yeah, I have no objections to that. I think that makes sense.
So Amanda, I see Joan Courtney Murray, Joe Privatera, and Lou
Lou
Rizzoli.
Rizzoli.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, Ellen. You guys have done a great job tonight, all parties involved.
Thanks, Joe. So I don't do you have to call your meeting to order? Or are we good? We're good. Okay. I think we'd all love to hear any input from you on, well, any aspect of this project, but especially the affordable component. Yes, Lou, hi.
Yeah, hi, thank you very much. Lou Rizzoli. First of all, congratulations, the planning board and the staff. This is a project that you've spent many hours on, and you've done a fantastic job. My one question, I guess, and I know you've tried hard, especially Ellen, if with the affordable units, if it's possible to get trade, if you will, one of the 1 bedrooms and get another 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom. And I understand the finances of this, but you know, from all the years I've done this, starting up Waha in 1994, you just can't believe how much you get a family who's just so excited to be able to come in here. And I don't think that anyone would say that we need more 1 bedroom units here. And I'm just wondering if that's a possibility that you could just go back and look at it. And if you can't, you can't. But believe me when I say it, if you could just get 1 more 2 bedroom units or 3 bedroom units there, it would be really great to bring another family into the town. The 1 bedrooms just don't bring families into the town. I mean, we get credit for subsidized housing and we want credit for subsidized housing. But so that's my only comment. But again, kudos, great job.
Thank you, Lou. Anyone else from the housing partnership want to ask any questions or share any comments? Okay, well, so Elijah, are there any other entities that I should recognize before I open it up to public comment, as this is a public hearing, or?
No, that was the only one. Thank you.
Okay, just wanted to make sure before I moved on. Okay, so at this point in time, I will open up the floor to public comment. You're welcome to either type your question or comment in the Q&A or raise your hand and we can promote you to panelists to speak. Please do just provide your full name and address for the record. I see we have a couple comments in the Q&A. I will start there, and then I do see at least 1 hand raised. Okay, in the Q&A, we have Fran Fusco, 20 Pine Lane. With how the East Street, Washington Street left on light turn has taken 5 years and totally inaccurate, I believe it would be in the best interest of the town to select the traffic study consultant and not the developer. We need to do what's best for the town. Thank you, Fran. And thank you, Josh, for clearing the queue. I see 2 hands up. Joanna French. we'll start with Joanna.
Hi, good evening. Can the committee hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we
Okay.
can see you.
Great. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for letting me make a comment. I'm Joanna French, 3 Cranston Avenue, also school committee member. I wanted to just raise a couple of concerns. First of all, I want to give appreciation to Peter Zaka and Giorgio for their consideration of the impact on our school system. It's of concern to me that this be a project that doesn't have a negative impact on our schools and doesn't have a negative impact on our taxpayers when servicing the students that might come from this development. That said, I am in support of this project overall, in theory. But I want to make sure that we stay, in the black, so to speak, in terms of servicing these students. So with that in mind, I have a couple of concerns about the provision. I believe it is provision 23. I have a concern about the 93 or the 95% occupancy. I wondered if somebody with experience in this area can tell me a little bit more about, is it common for a project like this to reach 95% occupancy ever, given the transient nature of a rental property? And would we be better served thinking about a lower threshold, something closer to 90%? The other thing that is a concern of mine is the one-time, the one-time evaluation. Would we be better served considering a trend over a couple of years or a series of years where we are at 95 or 93 or 90% occupancy, to consider what is the trend and then to accommodate a monetary payout in that way? Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. I don't know if there's someone here. Oh, Amanda. Hi. Yes.
I can address the question about in terms of occupancy. Demand for housing is so great at this point in time that I know Gables regularly sits at the 98, 97% occupancy, if not 100%, and the smaller developments rarely have turnover. So it's feasible for sure.
I would concur with that in the market. I mean, the assessing department in their analysis typically built in a 5% vacancy rate, so that's standard. But I would agree, everyone's at 98 to 100% right now.
Thank you.
Can somebody speak about the looking at the number of students possibly over 29 over a trend versus a one-time look? Would that be something that would be worthy of consideration?
So I would just have to caution, again, we have worked out the conditions to this point, but there is a level of just not making it too onerous for the applicant in terms of tying it to tying it to a future trend would make it a little too unpredictable, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
I would also just jump in. Some of the studies and some of the information that we've been reviewing have essentially given us the indication that some of the numbers are going to be more conservative, perhaps, and the applicant has given, I think, to his benefit, a contribution, but I think it would be difficult to have an ongoing obligation of over a period of time. So I'm not sure that it's feasible.
I agree. I will agree with that with Phil. I had a concern of, I appreciate what we would be trying to do, but I have a concern about an ongoing condition, which we can't influence and the developer can't influence.
And if I might just clarify, my suggestion was that instead of a one-time look back at the point of a 95% occupancy, we look at 95% occupancy, if that's the standard, over a series of a period of time, 2 or 3 years, and then say, okay, seems to be where our trend is. We're hanging out at 29, awesome, or lower, perfect. We're actually closer to 35 over the course of 3 years, or if you average out that number, it's actually higher. I understand that these numbers are carefully considered and they have been vetted. I also have an obligation to just consider the impact on our schools and speak up for our district needs. With that in mind, looking at a trend line one time, but looking at a trend after a period of 3 years at 95% occupancy, we might have a better picture of some of the transient nature of the residents and consider, if that is the number, then that's a better number to go with after a trend of 3 years versus a one-time look back. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have context as to whether or not that's something that we commonly would do or could do, or if that's even something we within our purview to specify. I don't know. I understand the concern. I echo it, but I'm not sure if that's something that we could do. I don't know if any town staff could speak to that. I mean, in terms of legality, whether or not that's a way that we could condition something.
So this condition is not a legal condition the board can impose if not voluntarily offered by the developer. So we can accept whatever the developer is willing to propose for this condition. Giorgio, if the count was taken at 95% and then 2 years later, look at the period between the initial achievement of 95% occupancy and 2 years down the line, and take the highest number of students that were in that period. Is that something you'd be comfortable with, or would you prefer to keep the language as you've suggested?
So in 2 years from now, if at 95%, if it's not 29 students and it's 30 students, you want an extra 60,000, correct?
So if it went from 29, so you predict 29, if you ended up with 30, that would be $10,000 that you would owe. The question is whether that count of 30 students is taken the day you reach 95% occupancy, or if we wait till 2 years after you meet 95% occupancy and then look back at the counts to date and find out if there was ever a time when it exceeded 29 students, then you would pay the number $10,000 per student by which it exceeded 29 students. So it's just a different way of taking the counts. You would not have to pay anything then for 2 years. So you'd buy more time, but I don't know which way you would prefer to do it. It's easier to calculate one time, whether that one time is the date of 95% occupancy or 2 years from 95% occupancy. If you're counting once, that's easy enough to do. If you're looking at a trend, then you're going back and asking the school department to produce the student counts each month or each 4-month period or whatever, or maybe on the first day of school for each of those years. I'm not sure. We'd have to come up with some way of counting the numbers during that time.
We met, Nora, with we had a meeting with the school, a few members of the school committee, the superintendent, Elijah, and all these numbers were discussed in that meeting, and everybody was really on board with the agreement. I think by changing this in any way would, I mean, they would have to be involved as well. I mean, the superintendent was on board with it. There was 2 other members of the school committee that were on board with it.
Georgia, I was there. I was at that meeting, and we actually did not discuss anything in specification. We didn't discuss like an actual 10,000. We didn't discuss this 95%. We didn't discuss this one time. We talked about what are some options. So just to be clear about what we discussed.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pete.
Yeah, no, that's correct. And just so Giorgio entered this, I think, in most of the conditions, most of the requests, we try not to come back and just say no. it may not be giving somebody what they asked for, but we think it's been addressing a concern. So this was a voluntary ask, and we made this after Mark Fougere, and I think or Nora did, but Mark ran, if you remember, just to test his numbers, ran the numbers for what is at Gables, and Mark's numbers using his formula actually came up with a higher number than is currently at Gables. Even though I think Nora informed us that at one point the Gables number was higher. So I was left with the impression that the number is higher day one, which would be, and maybe not, but I think we just need to pick a point in time. We picked the 95% because that was the highest number we could get. You never get 100%. And that number, by the way, is not going to, probably won't be counted for 3+ years because the project's being phased. So one thing we don't want to have, other than general conditions that continue, is something that's just hanging out there forever. So I appreciate what you're requesting, but we thought this was a voluntary commitment on behalf of the applicant, picking a time frame that seemed to make sense so we could address this issue and then move on.
Just to give you a point of reference for Gables, there was no provision for the Gables project's occupancy to result in payments to the town, but we did track the occupancy. And they started out with 14 students. By the time they reached 95% occupancy, they had 33 students. That eventually grew 2 years later to 50 students. And now 4 years after that, we're down to 33. So the school age enrollment fluctuates based on which occupants are there and their ages of their children. It will never be static. So it will always be fluctuating. So I think it's just a question of picking a period in time to measure that, and what's the most appropriate period. Is it right when you meet 25% occupancy? Is it 2 years down the line? Is it 3 years down the line? But I think it should be a single look in either case, rather than analyzing a trend, because it'll be very difficult to analyze that trend.
Nora, do you have thoughts or recommendations on what point in time that should be, given that at Gables we were at 33, then we jumped, and then we're down? Is there I know that it's transient. I know that it changes. I know that it fluctuates. I lived there, by the way. That's how I came to Westwood. So I have a lot of appreciation for the offer and the availability of this type of housing for families like mine. It's how we ended up in Westwood. So I do appreciate this project and the effort and the what we can do. I look to the experts to decide when that appropriate time and space should be.
So in the case of Gables, when they got to 95%, they were pretty close. In fact, they were exactly where they are today. So they went to 33 at 95%. They're at 33 today, but there was a period in there where the numbers grew. We saw the numbers grow as the Pulte condos were being constructed. We believe people may have come here, lived in the apartments, and then purchased the condos, and that might have been the difference there. So it's a little hard to compare apples to apples. But I can say that the 95% occupancy at Gables is the same occupancy that we're seeing currently. So I'm not sure that waiting longer will make the number go up or down. I just wouldn't be able to guess.
Thanks, Nora.
And thank you, Ellen, for letting me speak. Appreciate the committee's time and effort on this.
Oh, thank you. We like public comment. We like input. Thank you. So I'm sorry. Where are we landing on that? Are we going to keep the condition as written based on this conversation? It sounds like with the phased approach, 95% is probably going to be a few years down the road anyway. So it kind of might work that way just by nature.
I think it's reasonable to keep it the way it is. I mean, that's my sense. It's a point in time that's in the future. And I'm sensitive to Joanna's concerns, but I think we're going to overly complicate it.
Thanks, Phil. Any other thoughts from board members on that? Are you comfortable with the condition as written, especially given that they're not going to hit 95% in a month? Given the phasing of the construction.
Yeah, I just want to say that, I think this is a quite a generous offer and commitment against the numbers that they've provided, the applicant has provided. So quite literally putting their money where their mouth is. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Josh.
I echo that.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
I'm seeing nodding from Kate too. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So it sounds like no edits necessary on that condition. Okay, I see nothing else in the Q&A, but I do see Steve Olenoff has his hand raised. So I think let's promote him for public comment.
Steve Olenoff, 52 Glandor Road. First of all, I want to say that I'm all in favor of this project, and I have no problems with 150 units or whatever the number is. There were a few things I wanted to comment on. On the transportation demand management, originally I'd asked, you should charge for more cars you have so that you discourage the number of cars. The way that that parking charge you have now, it encourages someone to have no automobiles by giving them what is it, $50 a month reduction on their rent, but it doesn't discourage people from having one or more cars in the first place. And the suggestions were you only would allow one automobile parked in the garage, and anything beyond that would have to be parked outside. And if you're giving out stickers to those cars outside, you should charge for each, sticker on a regular basis. Would that be possible? You recall I did originally suggest something like that, and somehow, saying you get that $50 off, that misses the point. That doesn't really discourage additional automobiles. Does anyone want to reply?
Yeah, Elijah.
Yeah, so I guess I'll let the applicant respond, but also just to let you know that we do have also until the issuance of occupancy to work through with the applicant on the TDM.
Right. That's what I was going to say.
Okay, I'm at a disadvantage here because I looked and I couldn't find the list of proposed conditions. Were they listed on the website? Because I can't find them. Elijah, was that?
Sorry about that. No, they were not.
Okay,
put on the website.
so I'm doing the best I can. So another comment I saw on the it came from the planning board's consultant that the shuttle bus should go all the way to the Route 128 station. Is that being considered?
I'll let the applicant speak to that, but I would also encourage that.
I think that was part of the TDM as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, Ken's still here?
Yep, I mean,
If I
yes,
may.
we did add the 128 station to the shuttle bus route.
Okay, because again, there was a revised thing, but I, couldn't, looking through it, couldn't quite find what the actual changes were. All right, getting back to the path, I think it's important that we specify now that there should be no obstructions to putting the path in the future. And I noticed there's the dumpsters all right there. There seems to be a wall right there. I couldn't quite determine on the plans what it was, but is there a wall blocking that section for someone wanted to get over there? For instance, say someone lived there and wanted just to go to Frugal Fanny's to do some shopping. It's an easy walk if they can get through, if there's nothing in the way. But to get in your car and drive, it's quite a trip. Driving all the way down Washington Street to Carroll Ave onto Route 1. And what if someone works in that next property. They should be able to walk across. They would not even be trespassing because they'd be going from where they live to where they work. So are there physical barriers now that will cause problems even if you do want to put in that path later?
No, so just to answer your question, there is no physical barriers. We're just gonna extend the walkway that goes around the A building that crosses over the stream to the left side of the B building that'll connect in the future. There's almost like a half circle there that we can connect to.
Yeah, the shortest path is right where the dumpsters are in the second building.
Correct.
Is there a wall there?
There's a grade change of 6 feet, about 5 feet there, so we can't do that. The
Well,
grade change further you get down towards the tracks, I would say, if you're facing, your back is on Everett Street, the grade change goes down. As it goes towards Route 1, the grade change is higher.
well, and it does, if people want to get someplace and they're determined, they'll do it. They'll try to get over there. So why make it more difficult than you have to for them to do that? That's my comments on that. So there is one ramp that's needed there that I believe I pointed out before on the first building, right where the entrance to the garage is. There's a sidewalk that comes around the building and it kind of ends with a vertical curb, and there should be a pedestrian ramp there. And that would match the pedestrian ramp that's opposite, that's where the drop-off area is. See where that is on the plans?
I know we added a ramp between the parking lot and the backside of the sidewalk. Is that what you're referring to?
Right, but you need another one on the other side. There's right opposite on the other side of that entranceway to the parking lot. There's a sidewalk that ends in a vertical curb. Sidewalks shouldn't end in vertical curves. Any person should be able to walk down a sidewalk and not get to the end of the sidewalk and meet a vertical curb. So it should be a ramp there. This condition is so old that when Eversource wanted to put a walk around their building, required ramps everywhere it met a freight dock or whatever, and you can walk around as you can go around in a wheelchair around that building. You should be able to do the same on this. Right now, you have that one obstacle. You see where I'm talking about?
No,
Who's the engineer on this?
Bowler Engineering.
Yeah, are they here?
I'm having a hard time understanding what location you're talking about, though, because on the right side of the property, that's the sidewalk. You're talking about on the sidewalk side or on the property side?
Right along the building, there's a sidewalk that goes between the parking lot and the building, and it ends at the entrance to the parking garage.
Oh, that's what adjusted. If you noticed that.
Again, I think the plans I'm looking at are kind of old, but is there a ramp there?
Yes, there is a ramp there.
Okay, so someone could cross from that ramp to the other one. So
correct.
You have two drop-off areas, but they're combined. There's you have a drop-off area that's both for delivery trucks and for just drop-offs. And I know I look out, see how many deliveries on my street. I could see that delivery trucks will be tying up that area most of the time. Couldn't there be a second drop-off area, one for delivery trucks and one for passenger pickups and drop-offs? I see that as a real problem. You have the one we were just talking about is maybe 2 cars long, and 2 cars could fit in there, but one delivery truck and that's filled.
You must have an old plan, Steve, because we did the the whole left side, you have 20, almost 27 feet there for deliveries.
Yeah,
Do
I'm
you
looking,
think that-
well, in the first building, I'm looking at 45 feet.
Oh, it's 45 feet. So you just, that way, that's where the section of the, is it, I can't see the plan that you're looking at, unfortunately.
No, I mean, and again, I think it's, the old plans on the website. On the second building, you have the drop-off area in the further back. It extends out, it's onto the actual entryway, the 24-foot entryway, and it takes up 10 feet of that. Which doesn't, two cars can't get by there at one time. We possible just to drop a couple of spaces and push that back so you maintain the full 24-foot driveway width.
I don't know if I can do anything at this point.
Yeah,
Uh,
all right,
I guess we'll have to look at it once we move further along, and if there really is a problem with deliveries or anything else, we'll have to adjust. But I'm pretty sure the traffic engineers have figured this.
All right, maybe I should. Yeah, this is the problem with virtual meetings is I can't point to the map and show you exactly where it is. I have to describe
it's
it.
hard to see.
So maybe we should, I should get together and with someone and show you that. But I do notice on my drawings, there's a bicycle rack right at the front of the building, and it's by the sidewalk way over on the right-hand side, by the street. You familiar? Is that still there? Proposed bike rack?
We have I'm not sure which one you're looking. We do have a lot of bike racks on the site. We have also interior bike racks, bike storage. I'm not sure which.
I'm looking at one that's right next to the sidewalk at the beginning of the building. It should be moved closer to the building. Again, because no one's going to use it if it's just right on the street like that and away from the building. So again, I can show you that. We can look at that. All right, so those are the things that I had. I just wanted one final comment on the solar panels. I don't think there's no such thing as too many solar panels. Any excess electricity, you're going to be selling to Eversource and getting money for it. So I would just put as many on as you can. And those are my comments. Thank you.
The more the better.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve. All right, I am not seeing anyone else with hand raised, nor am I seeing anything else in the Q&A. I guess I would ask if there's any further comments from board members and or staff. Any outstanding concerns or questions? Okay, I guess seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Do we need the motion text? So
I think we need to, it's a pretty big one. I think we need to put it up.
Yeah, everybody's playing not it. Nobody wants to read 50 some odd
Kate,
conditions.
Kate, are you ready?
I'll do it.
No, I was going to say, not with reading glasses tonight. No way.
I saw Josh raise his hand. I think he's willing to step up on this one.
Josh, you're up.
All right, I move that the planning board grant the following waivers in association with the application for the mixed-use multifamily residential overlay district, MUMFROD, special permit at 22 Everett Street as described in the application thereof, submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on September 13th, 2023. Waiver from strict compliance with section 9.98 of the Westwood zoning bylaw, prohibiting parking between the building and the street.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the waiver? Just checking for hands. Seeing none, take a roll call vote. Josh?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries on the waiver. Next, I would entertain a motion, for approval of the special permit.
I move that the planning board grant the mixed-use multifamily residential overlay district MUMFROD special permit at 22 Everett Street as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on September 13th, 2023, subject to the following conditions. 1, except as modified by the conditions and findings hereof, the project shall comply with the project plans in all respects, and the applicant shall pursue completion of the project with reasonable diligence and continuity. 2, if the project or any condition imposed in this decision requires any other permit, license, or other approval from any board or commission or any agency of the town of Westwood or other regulatory agency of the Commonwealth or the federal government, the applicant shall make an appropriate application for the same and shall obtain all required approvals prior to the start of any work. If any condition of such permit, license, or other approval from any other board, committee, or agency is inconsistent with this decision, the applicant shall make an application to the planning board for an amendment of this decision, and the planning board shall consider such application in accordance with the requirements of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 9, and all applicable planning board rules and regulations. 3, any proposed alterations, modifications, deletions, or changes to the MUMFROD special permit shall be requested in writing to the town planner and building commissioner prior to implementation. Proposed alterations which are considered de minimis by the building commissioner may be accepted as a note to file. Proposed alterations which are considered minor by the building commissioner shall require the filing of an application of modification of MUMFROD special permit for review by the planning board at a publicly posted planning board meeting. Proposed alterations which are determined to be major by the building commissioner or by the planning board shall be considered by the planning board as a formal amendment to the MUMFROD special permit and will require a new public hearing before the planning board. 4, the project consists of 2 buildings, and applicant at applicant's discretion may construct the project in phases, and building permits may be issued, construction commenced and or completed, and the occupancy permits for one of the buildings issued prior to the applicant obtaining building permits and or constructing the second building. Project phasing plan shall be clearly addressed in the required construction sequencing plan, which shall be submitted by the applicant for review and approval by the town planner and consulting town engineer prior to the start of construction. Such construction sequencing plan shall be updated as needed throughout period of development, and any updates shall require review and approval by the town planner and consulting town engineer. 5, prior to the start of construction of the playground, the applicant must provide a set of plans for the playground to the Disability Commission for comment and for review and approval by the town planner and building commissioner. 6, prior to the issuance of a building permit for any building, the applicant must submit data based on fire flow test to demonstrate the static pressure and fire flow shall comply with DEP guidelines and policies for public water systems 2001, and that static pressure shall be 60 pounds per square inch PSI desirable, 35 PSI minimum, in that fire flow shall meet Insurance Services Office ISO fire flow guidelines while maintaining residual pressure of 20 PSI for review and approval by the town planner and fire department. 7, prior to the start of construction, the applicant must provide confirmation that the proposed site changes are or have been reviewed by the Algonquin Gas Company or successor, and provide information on any issues that Algonquin Gas Company or successor may have regarding proposed site modifications, encroaching upon and or interfering with any easement rights Algonquin Gas Company or successor may hold on the subject property for review and approval by the town planner. Provided, however, this condition shall deemed satisfied if applicant can demonstrate that applicant provided written notice of said site changes to Algonquin Gas Company or successor for its review and comment, in that Algonquin Gas Company or successor has failed to respond within 60 days of such notice. 8, prior to the start of construction, the applicant must submit an assessment of construction impacts and traffic impacts on area traffic. Such an assessment should include a proposed site construction schedule and describe proposed efforts to minimize impacts and mitigate for anticipated impacts during the construction period for review and approval by the town planner. Can you move down, please? Nine, prior to the start of construction, the applicant must submit a construction phase transportation demand management, TDM. Number 10, prior to the issuance of a building permit for the first building, the applicant shall file an application for an approval not required A&R plan to combine the 2 parcels into a single parcel of land prior to the issuance of any building permit. 11, Prior to the start of construction, the applicant shall submit a stormwater pollution prevention plan, SWPPP, for review and approval by the town planner, conservation agent, and consulting town engineer. 12, prior to the issuance of building permit for the first building, the applicant shall submit an operations and maintenance plan, O&M plan, for review and approval by the town planner, conservation agent, and consulting engineer. 13, prior to the issuance of a building permit for the first building, the applicant must provide information on the latest site status relative to MGL Chapter 21E, the Massachusetts Contingency Plan, MCP. Discuss the locations and status of site areas that have been impacted by the release of oil or hazardous waste, and provide evidence of that the LSP of record the site does not have concerns about mobilization of subsurface contaminants in the site areas of proposed stormwater infiltration for review and approval by the town planner. It is understood that the remediation efforts relative to any hazardous waste are independent of the project and may be undertaken prior to or simultaneously with the construction of any of the buildings. It is further understood that no certificate of occupancy for any building shall be issued absent sufficient evidence of compliance with an approved 21E plan for this property. 14, prior to the issuance of a building permit for each building, the applicant must submit a report prepared by a Massachusetts professional engineer, PE, detailing measures required to ensure that the residential and commercial spaces in said building do not experience concentrations of carbon monoxide or other pollutants from vehicle emissions exceeding air quality standards for review and approval by the town planner. 15, prior to the issuance of a building permit for each building, the applicant must submit final plans for the garage fire protection system in said building prepared by a Massachusetts mechanical professional engineer, PE. Said plans must include a design of a fire suppression system in the garages, must accommodate exposure to freeze thaw conditions for review and approval by the fire department and town planner. 16, prior to the issuance of a building permit for the first building, the applicant must submit a landscaping plan for the entire property, stamped by a registered landscape architect, indicating all Massachusetts native plant species for review and approval by the town planner and conservation agent. 17, prior to the issuance of a building permit for each building, the applicant shall submit details and documentation for all exterior mechanical equipment units or other noise sources associated with said building to demonstrate compliance with the noise requirements in section 6.6 to the town planner for review and approval. 18, prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy for the mixed-use building, the applicant shall submit a letter report from a Mass Civil Professional Engineer, PE, estimating parking spaces available upon leasing of space by commercial tenant for review and approval by the town planner and building commissioner. 19, prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for the project, the applicant shall submit an updated TDM plan, which includes A, traffic counts associated with the final residential unit count and proposed accessible playground, B, a last mile shuttle service to the Islington commuter rail station and Route 128 commuter rail station, and C, employee sponsored subsidized commuter rail passes. 20, prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for the project, the applicant shall provide confirmation of membership in the Neponset Valley Transportation Management Association, which membership shall be continuously maintained. 21, the applicant shall participate in the submission of a local action unit LAU application for 24 affordable dwelling units eligible for listing on the subsidized housing inventory SHI to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities EOHLC prior to the start of construction. All affordable dwelling units shall be affordable in perpetuity, shall count towards the town's requirements under MGL Chapter 40B, Sections 20-23. 20 through 23, and shall be permanently listed on EOHLC's subsidized housing inventory SHI. All affordable dwelling units shall be restricted through the recording of a regulatory agreement at the Norfolk County Registry of Deeds in a form approved by the town and EOHLC. No certificate of occupancy shall be issued for any residential unit at the property until the regulatory agreement has been recorded at the Registry of Deeds and a receipt showing the book and page of recording has been submitted to the town planner. 22, 21 of the 24 affordable dwelling units shall be made available to households earning no more than 80% area median income, AMI, for the Boston, Cambridge, Quincy, MA-NH High Metro Fair Market Rent Area, BCQ, and 3 of the affordable dwelling units shall be made available to households earning no more than 60% AMI for the BCQ, The affordable dwelling units shall be indistinguishable from market rate dwelling units, shall be interspersed among market rate dwelling units. Within each building shall not be grouped together nor located on a single floor and shall be allocated as follows. A 12 one-bedroom, 8 two-bedroom, and 1 three-bedroom apartments available to households earning no more than 80% AMI, and 1 one-bedroom, 1 two-bedroom, and 1 three-bedroom apartments available to households earning no more than 60% AMI. 23, the applicant shall notify the Westwood School Department as soon as the residential apartments reach 95% occupancy. The Westwood School Department shall then certify to the applicant the actual number of school-aged children who are registered to attend the Westwood Public Schools with home addresses at the property. In the event that the number of school-aged children so certified by the Westwood Public Schools exceeds 29 students, the applicant will pay and tender to the town of Westwood a one-time payment of the sum of $10,000 for each student in excess of 29 students. 24, the applicant shall ensure that all walls, windows, and doors are properly insulated to lessen the potential for residents of the proposed dwelling units to be disturbed by noise related to adjacent land uses, including the nearby rail line. 25, all project-related construction activities shall comply with the timeframes set forth in the town's general bylaws, chapter 292, for noise and construction, which allows such work Monday through Saturday between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. and Sunday between the hours of 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. 26, all trucks carrying earth material and or building materials to or from 22 Everett Street shall be required to access the property from either of the 2 existing curb cuts on Everett Street via eastbound or westbound Washington Street, Upland Road. And no trucks associated with the project shall be permitted to travel on Clapboard Tree Street or any non-arterial road in Westwood. If determined necessary by the building commissioner, the applicant shall engage a police detail to assist with trucks entering and exiting the site during heavy traffic hours. 27, any trucks delivering or removing material shall be covered as to prevent said material from spilling onto the public roadway, and any spilled material shall be cleaned from Everett Street, Washington Street, and any other roadways traveled in the transport of earth material to and from the site. Construction entrances and exits shall be cleaned daily or more frequently as needed. 28, the existing pavement on Everett Street shall be protected from damage from loading and unloading of material and or equipment related to the proposed construction. 29, all existing trees on the property or near the property and within the public right-of-way, which are shown on the project plans to remain, shall be protected at all times during construction activity, including shielding of the root area wherever possible. 30, there shall be no substandard or hazardous fill material used with this project. Prior to the import of any earth material, the applicant shall submit certification to the town planner and the building commissioner from the company providing said material, stating that the material does not contain any hazardous material. 31, all chemicals used during construction shall be located in a designated containment area and shall be located on an impervious surface designed to prevent the discharge of contaminated runoff into the soil or groundwater. 32, the applicant shall promptly repair any damage which the applicant or its agents cause to sidewalks, street pavement, street signs, trees, tree grates, curbing, driveway aprons, signs, or other fixtures or features within the public right-of-way after first obtaining permission from the Town of Westwood Department of Public Works or Town of Norwood of Public Works as appropriate. Such a repair shall be performed to town standards. 33, the Town of Westwood Department of Public Works shall be notified at least 48 hours prior to installation of infiltration systems, catch basins, and drainage chambers, and shall be afforded an opportunity to present during the installation and backfill. 34, all landscaping approved herein shall be installed at the earliest possible date, but only during the spring growing season running from April 15th through June 15th, or during the fall growing season running from September 15th through November 15th. Any plantings that do not survive shall be replaced in kind in perpetuity at the property owner's expense. 35, all proposed dumpsters, compactors, trash and recycling containers, generators, gas tanks, electrical switchgear, electric transformers, and similar features shall be fully screened from view by gated solid enclosures constructed of wood, stone, brick, or similar materials, and shall not include chain link fencing. Dumpsters, compactors, trash, and or recycling containers shall have an impermeable lid or cover integral to the dumpster, compactor, or container itself, and shall be located on an impervious concrete surface designed to prevent the discharge of contaminated runoff or leachate into the soil or groundwater. Gates shall be closed and fastened at all times other than active loading and or unloading of trash and or recycling materials. 36. All sidewalks and walkways shall remain clear from snow. Snow shall be stored in the snow storage locations and not stored in the required parking spaces. The applicant shall remove snow off-site and treat areas as outlined in the operations and maintenance O&M plan. 37. All vehicles loading or unloading at the mixed-use building must use the designated loading space shown on project plans. 38. All outdoor seating areas and play areas shall be cleaned daily or as often as needed. All outdoor furniture shall be secured to withstand inclement weather or removed in advance of forecasted storms. Outdoor furniture shall be situated as to always maintain a minimum of 3 foot wide accessible aisle for pedestrian travel. 39. All building mounted light fixtures shall be designed and installed to prevent glare onto nearby properties. No fixtures shall be mounted higher than 15 feet above the ground directly below such fixtures. 40. Parking lot site lighting may remain on throughout the night and where needed for security purposes. All building wall and signage lights associated with commercial portions of the property shall be turned off an hour after the close of business. 41. The applicant shall work with the Westwood Department of Public Works, the Norwood Department of Public Works, the MBTA in the owner's properties along Washington Street in Westwood to install improved pedestrian lighting along the existing pedestrian route from the property entrances on Everett Street to the northernmost lot line for the existing commercial property at 436 Washington Street. 42. The applicant shall be responsible for the removal of trash and recycling from the residential building on a weekly basis or more frequently if necessary. 43. All parking lot line striping and on-site crosswalks shall be maintained by the applicant as necessary. 44. The bicycle racks shall be installed and maintained in compliance with the planning board's current bicycle parking standards and shall be located a minimum of 2 feet from any obstruction on at least 3 sides, such as walls, landscaping, signage, or other street furniture as shown on the project plans. 45. All sidewalks across driveways on every street shall be continuous and maintain the existing height of the adjacent sidewalk. The driveway apron shall slope down to meet the grades of the street in the site's driveway as shown on the approved plans. All work within the public right-of-way, including sidewalk replacement, utility work, and curbing repairs shall be coordinated with the town of Westwood's Department of Public Works or the town of Norwood's Department of Public Works as appropriate. 46. The applicant shall obtain approval by the town planner for any signage not included in this application and shall obtain all required signage permits from the building division prior to installation. A final sign package for each separate building shall be submitted to the town planner, including dimensions, materials, and lighting details prior to applying for a sign permit from the building department for that building to ensure compliance with the zoning bylaw section 6.2 and 9.9.1, 9.913.6. All wall signage shall have a wooden appearance and shall have exterior illumination by gooseneck lighting fixtures. 47. The applicant shall work cooperatively with the town planner, town engineer, public safety officer, town of Westwood Select Board, town of Norwood Select Board, and Mass DOT to design and facilitate signal timing adjustments in order to realize operational improvements at the Everett Street, Clockwork Tree Street, Upland Road, Washington Street intersection without geometric or physical modifications to said intersection. All costs associated with the signal timing adjustments related to the project, including the installation of new signal equipment if required and if authorized by Mass DOT, shall be the responsibility of the applicant. Signal timing adjustments, if required, shall be implemented following 80% residential occupancy and within 2 years of the issuance of final certificate of occupancy for the project, unless additional time for such implementation is granted by the Westwood Select Board. 48. The applicant shall apply best efforts to ensure the earliest feasible installation of improved pedestrian routes from the property to area amenities, including Islington Center and the Islington MBTA station. 49. A copy of this decision and the project plan shall be kept on the project site at all times during construction. 50. At the conclusion of each phase of construction prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for any building, and again at the conclusion of the project as a whole, the applicant shall submit as-built plans which shall indicate the location of all water quality units, underground storage tanks, pipes, and or appurtenances which remain on the site. The as-built plans shall be delivered in a format approved by the Information Systems Director for compatibility with the Town of Westwood GIS database. 51. This Mumford special permit shall lapse if the substantial use thereof or construction thereon has not begun, except for good cause within 2 years following the grant thereof. The planning board may extend such approval for good cause upon the written request of the applicant. In the case of this approval, the term substantial use thereof or construction thereunder shall mean the commencement and substantial continued progress of the approved activity.
Second.
Thank you, Josh. I have a very long motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Can I
see
point
lots
out,
of-
I saw some typos in condition 32. Could I go back to that and ask that Josh amend his motion to address those? So let me just
Absolutely.
correct it here and maybe reread this section.
So I amend my previous motion for the motions associated with this special permit. Number 32, the applicant shall promptly repair any damage which the applicant or its agents cause to sidewalks, street pavement, street signs, trees, tree grates, curbing, driveway aprons, signs, or other fixtures or features within the public right of way after first obtaining permission from the Town of Westwood Department of Public Works or Town of Norwood Department of Public Works as appropriate. Such repair shall be performed to town's standards.
Second.
Thank you.
So I have an amended motion and a second for the amended motion. Any further discussion? Just scrolling to make sure I don't see any hands raised. Seeing none, I will take a roll call vote. Josh,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
Bill,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
I vote aye as well. On behalf of, well, myself, and I will speak for the board in this instance. Thank you to everybody who has put so much time and work, town staff, applicant, my colleagues, everybody. This has been a long process. I think the project is better because it was a long process. And I appreciate everybody's time and energy into this project. The motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen. It was very fruitful efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of Giorgio, I'd like to echo those sentiments. In fact, from a board perspective, this started even prior to us coming when you actually proposed the bylaw to comply with the MBTA Community Act. And we appreciate all of the time and effort put in by the planning board and your staff and all of the other town agencies that have participated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Giorgio. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Zaka.
you. Best of
Thank
luck.
you all.
Thank you very much. Have a good Christmas, everyone.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
And with that, I would entertain a motion to finally close this public hearing.
Second.
Well, someone has to make the motion. I
So
can't.
moved.
Josh, you're ahead of Chris.
Yeah, second.
I have a motion and a second to close the hearing. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll take a roll call vote. Phil,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Kate.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. The motion carries. The public hearing is closed. Okay, sorry, I need to go back to warrant articles. The next agenda item is a discussion of potential warrant articles for the May 2024 annual town meeting. I do see a note here. We were supposed to have a presentation from was it Verizon? Yes, Verizon, and they've asked for continuance on that, Elijah.
That is
And we'll
correct.
see. Okay, and so I would entertain a motion to continue. Or do we have to? No, it's not a public, we don't have to do that, right?
Yeah,
not a
it was
public
more of
hearing.
a courtesy. It was a courtesy on their part.
Gotcha. All right, so we will be hearing from them, it looks like, at our next meeting, December 19th. So at this point, I will turn it over to Nora and Elijah to share what their thoughts are on potential warrant articles.
Great. So I have a brief presentation, as brief as I can make it, that I want to go through just to get the discussion on warrant articles started. This is the first discussion on this, the first substantive discussion, and there will be many more. So let me share my screen and I will walk you through hopefully a quick PowerPoint.
I think it would be appropriate if Josh read it.
I second that motion.
So good. Is that the longest anyone has ever had to
I've
read
never,
on
I
Zoom?
looked at it, it was 20 minutes. I don't remember University Station taking 20 minutes of
Yeah.
conditions.
Really?
Well done, Josh.
Did it take me 20 minutes to read that?
It took
Yeah.
you 20 minutes. I agree with Chris.
I think Josh
Hopefully it
gets
was
the
somewhat
MVP
legible.
award.
It
Yeah.
was only outdone by Kate's second.
There you go.
All right. So the first thing I want to do before we get into all discussion of potential warrant articles is I want to take you back to where we were 2 years ago with the MBTA Communities Law and where we are today. So back in 2020, the state zoning enact amendments were enacted, creating the MBTA Community Law, which required that every community within certain distance of the MBTA shall have a zoning ordinance or bylaw that provides for at least one district of reasonable size in which multifamily housing is permitted as of right. Let's see if I get this advanced. All right, so the key components of the law are that MBTA communities shall amend their zoning bylaws. There's no choice. It must include at least one zoning district of reasonable size, located within a half a mile of a train station or bus stop, suitable for families with children, no age or bedroom restrictions. You're all very familiar with this since you just approved one, with a minimum gross residential density of 15 units per acre, and multifamily permitting process cannot be discretionary. So Westwood took a look at what they could do, and they went to town meeting in May 2020 with a proposal which was approved. Created the MUMFROD Mixed-Use Multifamily Residential Overlay District, which had two components. One section was near the 128 MBTA station, and it took into account University Place, Pulte Homes, 100 condominiums, and the Gables residential with 350 apartments. Then the second section of that Mumford zoning was near the Islington station, and that's the property we just discussed tonight at 22 Everett Street. Together, those two properties comprise 16.16 acres. So Westwood's current zoning established section 9.9 of our zoning bylaw. It allowed for EIDR permit application process for proposals with up to 15 units per acre. Planning board public hearing process with abutter notification, height, setback, parking requirements, drainage review, lighting reviewed. 15% of the proposed units are required to be affordable. 85% of the units are market rate. 10% of the units must have at least three bedrooms. Special permit process for residential units in excess of 15 units per acre. So that's what we just went through, where you grant a special permit for 22 Everett Street. So just to refresh everyone's memory, the Mumford Overlay District parcels are 22 Everett Street, two separate parcels, lots 226 and 227, and then three parcels at University Station, Gables 1, Gables 2, and the Pulte lot. Together they total 16.16 acres. And here are some maps. I know they're very small scale, but just showing where those properties are located at the Route 128 station, in the Islington station area, none currently in the High Street area. So after the planning board took their proposal for the Mumford zone to town meeting in 2022, and town meeting approved it, the then DHCD, Department of Housing and Community Development, which is now Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, revised their guidelines. Their final guidelines were approved on August 17th of 2023. And in these final guidelines, Westwood was defined as a commuter rail community, which is what we were looking for. We had previously, in earlier versions of the guidelines, been defined as a bus community. For a commuter rail community, housing unit capacity requirement is 15% of the town's total housing stock. So in Westwood's case, we have 5,801 units on the 2020 census. 15% of that gets us to a total unit capacity of 870 units. So EOHLC is looking for Westwood to enact zoning with a capacity to affect a minimum of 870 units of multifamily housing. Our Mumford zone must include at least 50 acres of total land area. At least 25 of those acres must be within a half a mile of one of the MBTA stations. Up to 25 acres may be located somewhere else in Westwood. I believe you all received a copy of the guidelines when they came out last August, but if you need another copy as we go through this procedure, just let Eliza or Amanda know and they will send it to you. So now we look at how our current zoning versus the guidelines, how we fare. Our current Mumford zoning district has 16.16 acres. It includes 450 previously approved units at University Station and 160 units which are currently under consideration, now approved at 22 Everett Street. That means that we have actually created 610 actual units of multifamily housing within the Mumford district. However, the MBTA community guidelines do not allow for previously developed units to be counted. Rather, they require a count of by right unit capacity within the zone. So we don't get to count 610 units, even though they will exist upon construction of these units at 22 Everett. So we have, they look at the size of our zone. Right now, our zone is 16.16 acres times 15 units per acre. That gives us an existing capacity of only 242 units. So we have 610 units. They're only counting 242 of those. They're requiring Westwood to increase our unit capacity by a minimum of 620 units above what we have today. And we're required to increase the land area within our Mumford zone by a minimum of 33.84 acres. So how do we do that? We need to amend section 9.9 of our zoning bylaw. And there are a couple of ways that we can do that. My first suggestion for option A is to take the Mumford district and create two separate districts, Mumford 1 and Mumford 2. I'm going to give you two options, but there are many more options. So this is just for discussion purposes. So with this first option, what I'd recommend we do is bring our Mumford 1 zone up to reach 50 acres, still require EIDR permit application for proposals up to 15 acres, still require the same planning board hearing process, a butter notification, all the same requirements, same affordability count, 10% of the units still have 3 bedrooms. That would be for a total of 50 acres. So we need to find more properties to add to the existing set that's in the Mumford zone now. Then I'm recommending that we create a second Mumford 2 district. This one would not count towards our 50 acres. It would only count to the unit capacity, but we would be able to have a mandatory requirement in this district for first floor commercial uses. This would be helpful if we're looking to have Mumford districts cover our local business districts or any of our existing commercial properties where we don't want to give up the commercial property, but we want to see upper story residential units added. So if we were to go this route, that Mumford 2 district would have the same process, EIDR for the 15 units per acre, special permit for more than 15, all the same requirements, except that mandatory first floor commercial uses would be required. Residential uses could only be on upper floors. And we would have to work with EOHLC to make sure that our restrictions on minimum parking requirements for mixed-use buildings are appropriate. The latest guidelines limit the board's ability to require parking for for commercial portions of mixed-use properties near commuter rail. So we'd have to work with the state to make sure that we do that appropriately. So this is my first option, one of many. The properties shown in green are the properties that are currently within the Mumford zone. I'm recommending that you take a look at some other properties. They don't have to be these specific ones. These are just examples of how we get over 50 acres. So I was suggesting that we could add all these properties that are either fully or partially within Route 1, within either the Islington station or Route 128 station half-mile radius. So looking at this, I would suggest the board consider Lambert's Plaza, consider the Cornerstone property. That's the one at the corner of Blue Hill Drive and University Avenue. Consider Lou Petrosi's 2 parcels on Blue Hill Drive. Consider the Brigham Way, Mass General Brigham and Women's Hospital building property, the University Avenue Wellhead Park, the Gateway Park, the Bridges Memory Care Facility, the Makita Office Building, and the University Avenue Enabling Park. If we were to add all those parcels, which I will show you in a minute on a map, we would get the Mumford district up to 52 acres, 52.25 acres. The unit capacity, however, that would come out of that is still below the 870 units required. So then I would recommend that the board look at proposing a Mumford 2 overlay district. And in this example, and the lots can change, you can do it any way you want, but in this example, what I've done is I've looked at several properties along High Street, where Santander Bank, the Good Plaza, and Dedham Savings are, Stagecoach and the Perfect Nails building next to that, and Mackenzie Plaza and the Dunkin' Donuts. Those are right near the Obed Baker House. I'd also look at continuing the zone along portions of Washington Street, essentially heading from Kate's Salon and the Westwood Cleaners, which is the first small property south of Roach Brothers, and then continuing all the way down Washington Street on the east side of the street to 436 Washington Street. If you were to do that, that land area is not substantial. All of those properties on High Street and Washington Street only get you another 6.63 acres, but the unit capacity goes up and gets you over the 870 requirement. So that's option A, one way you could consider achieving the MBTA goals. So just showing that from a map point of view, the green parcels are the parcels that are currently within the Mumford zone, and the blue parcels are the ones that I recommend the board consider adding. And there are many different ways to achieve this, so this is just shown as an example. There's another way that I consider option B that you could get also to compliance with the EOH LC guidelines. That would be to take parcels in the Mumford, still create Mumford 1 and 2, but in this case, it would not look at capacity only parcels. It would get all of your parcels within that 50 acre requirement, but it would look at different density in different, having 2 zones, the Mumford 1 zone, which had 15 units per acre density, and the Mumford 2 zone, which would allow 35 units per acre density. What this procedure would do is allow you to take advantage of the high density that already exists at Gables and at Westwood Place. So looking at that, the Mumford 1 district would have the 2 of the green ones, the ones we already have at Everett Street, would stay in Mumford 1. The other 3, the 2 Gables ones in Pulte, would go into Mumford 2, which would have a much higher by right density of 35 units per acre. And I can show you as we get a little further down what those densities look like by pointing out the existing buildings. And in this case, I've suggested adding some of the same properties I looked at before: Lambert's, the Cornerstone building, Lou Petrosi's 2 residential properties on Blue Hill Drive, Brigham and Women's, the Wellhead Park, the Gateway Park, Bridges, Makita Office Building, and the Enabling Park. If you were to do that, you get to the same 52.25 acres I discussed under the option A, but now your unit capacity is well above what it needs to be. It would be up to 971 units. So far, it would exceed the 870 unit requirement. So those are 2 ways you can get to it. I have a list of spreadsheet with all the parcels that I think you could take a look at that I'll send to everyone, and you can consider those before the next meeting on December 19th and see which direction you would like to go at, or maybe you want to go in a completely different direction. So just to go over density a little bit, So 15 units is the minimum density we need. If we go to a higher density, we can achieve the 870 unit capacity more quickly with less land area taken into account. So if you look at the Gables project now, that is 51.9 units per acre. And if you look at Pulte, that is 36.4 units per acre. That's how I came up with the 35 units per acre that I was suggesting. It's less than exists in either of these buildings here. And for anyone who is wondering what 15 units per acre look like, so here are two examples that are in that area. The Steeple building at Islington Center is 21.7 units per acre, and the Colburn School building on High Street is 13.6 units per acre. So something in between those two buildings would get you to 15 units per acre. 15 units per acre over commercial. And another example, another one over commercial is the 321 Washington Street building that has 12 apartments over retail and service units. That's a little bit less than 15 units. That's 12.6 units. And then if you're looking at just multifamily use alone, an example of 401 Washington Street, that's about half the size of a building that you'd want to get to 15 units per acre. So those are just for comparison purposes. So that is all I have to say tonight about the Mumford district, but I think the board should give it some thought. How you want to achieve it. There are many other ways. We have parcels that are in the East Street Rotary area that are close enough to the Dedham corporate station. You could take a look at those if you wanted to include a Mumford zone that covers those parcels. We have other parcels along Glacier Everett Drive. We have several parcels in there that are close to the Islington train station. You could consider them as well. So we will be sending you a spreadsheet with all the information you could need to consider on all the parcels that are within a half acre of any of the three train stations that are suitable for inclusion in the Mumford zone. And then the board members can consider how you want to approach this, whether you want to approach it with strictly by right properties, or if you want to have some that are not by right so much because they require commercial use on the first floor. So those are the two different approaches that the state allows, and we could have a mix of those, or you could just stick with one. And you can consider LE properties. You can also consider any residential properties, residentially zoned and residentially used properties if you think that's more appropriate. I know the first time we did this, we went through a practice that was nearly a year long, where we analyzed properties and looked at all the characteristics of various properties, their width, their wetlands components, their walking distance, not only to a train station, but maybe to a playground, to a parking lot. We did a very extensive analysis, and that's all still available. I can send that out to board members to look at. I will note that when we did that, in the end, we scored all the properties. In the end, we ended up throwing out the scoring sheet after all of that work, and the board just discussed the properties that they thought would reach consensus and that the majority of voters would support. And that's how we got to the 16.16 acres. But I still have all that information, all the data that we can send to you and you can review, along with current information on the assessments of all the different parcels that I would recommend that you take a look at. So there are a lot of different ways to do this. You may also want to consider things like flood zones. You might want to consider walkability. We're allowed to have 25 of the 50 acres not within a half a mile of transit. However, by having as much as you can within half a mile of transit, you lessen your need for parking requirements and you do achieve a more walkable community. So that's something the board should probably take into consideration. Does anyone have any questions about what your responsibilities will be? This Mumford district legislation, or the Mumford district article that we need to propose, it really needs to go to the May town meeting. This is not something we have much flexibility on. We have to have a approved compliant district in place by December 31st, 2024. So we need to take something to town meeting voters at the May town meeting. Because if it does not pass, or even if it passes and then the state determines it's not fully compliant, we need more time to be able to make amendments. We also know that it takes the Attorney General's office sometimes a little longer than expected to approve our zoning districts. In the case of the existing Mumford district, that was approved by the May 2022 town meeting, and I don't believe we received Attorney General confirmation of approval until December of 2022. So it took about 8 months to get that in place. So even if we have an expanded Mumford district approved at the May 2024 town meeting, I think we could not expect to have Attorney General approval of that before November or December of 24. So there may not be time for further amendments. So we really need to put our best foot forward here. So I'm asking the planning board to send any questions about proposals about properties to staff, and we'll research them and get back to you with any answers to any of your questions. I think our shared goal is to develop a most effective article that will meet the state requirements, but will also meet with approval by a majority of our town meeting voters. Much like the 2022 approval, we only need a simple majority of town meeting voters to approve changes to the Mumford district. So the burden is not 2/3 as it usually is for zoning amendments, but it still is a significant burden, and we need to work hard to craft a revised Mumford district that will be palatable to our town meeting voters while also achieving compliance with state law.
Thank you. I see Josh has his hand up, and I have a question as well, but Josh, you please go first.
Thanks, Nora. Yeah, the more information, I think, the better. And I know something I had asked before, but if maybe you could send it out in the same packet, is just the prohibitions against specific types of parcels that can't be zoned this way, because I know we had talked about some of them that cannot be. So I think that would be useful for us to sort of contemplate as well.
Yes, I will send the actual guidelines that spell that out. For instance, we can't cover school properties. We can't cover bodies of water. We can't cover town properties or state properties unless there's a specific existing authorization for their redevelopment. So it has to be commercially available property that could be redeveloped if a property owner was interested in redeveloping it under the Mumford zone.
So, like, I guess an example, Zavarian, it's not a public school entity.
It's specifically disallowed, though. They disallow public and private schools. Yes.
And private schools. Okay, perfectly. Thank you.
They do. We had also previously looked at some land that was owned by the state used for salt sheds very close to the Islington station. We can't consider that either because the state does not have a current approval for redevelopment of that.
Gotcha.
Phil, looks like you have a question.
Yeah, Nora, you answered one of them, which is a simple majority. That was one of my questions. If there is a conservation committee issue, does this have to go to get their approval? If there's a parcel that might impact something that might be within their purview, does that mean we could designate something but are subject to their approval, or how does that work?
Yeah, so conservation restrictions under the wetlands law are not a factor we have to consider. So you can select land subject to flooding, although you're advised not to. You can select properties that have wetlands on them as long as they're not undevelopable because of the extent of the wetlands. We don't need to go to the Conservation Commission for approval, but if an applicant chooses to act under the Mumford district and submit an application like we just reviewed for 22 Everett Street, that application had to have Conservation Commission approval as well. So it'll be the same thing. What we're doing here is we're just zoning, we're not developing. So we can zone properties as long as they are available for development. If a property was 100% wetlands, we couldn't include that in our zone. If a property had 50% wetlands, but 50% of it was still developable and they could still develop it at 15 units per acre, that would be fine. If there's a property that has conservation restrictions that prevent its development to the density that we're required, then we would want to go to the Conservation Commission and request removal of those restrictions prior to including that property within this zone. I'm not suggesting that we consider any properties that have conservation restrictions on them.
Okay, then did, I know the numbers worked, but was there some magic in the 35 density, or did that just because it seemed to fell pretty clearly within the spreadsheet capabilities of what you were looking
Yeah,
at?
so I looked at, I was trying to get the numbers up to meet the capacity, and
That's what I was guessing.
I set the zoning, the capacity or the density. I set the minimum density at just under the the actual density of the Pulte development, which was well under the actual density of the Gables. So I just set it at a number that would achieve the capacity that we needed to achieve. But there are many different ways you can take a look at that.
Do property owners or abutters have to get notice on the zoning change or not?
No, so when any zoning change that a town considers is notice to all property owners, all residents who live in the community through the Warrant book, going to their homes. And then property owners who do not live in the community, who request specific notice with the town clerk, they receive a formal notice of a zone change. But you don't receive a notice because your property is being submitted for inclusion in the zone. So for instance, in 2022, when we were doing this, we didn't have to notify the Fosters when we were considering 22 Everett Street, or Gables that we were considering their property. Whenever a town meeting considers a zoning article, everyone is considered to be noticed by the newspaper article, and then residents, we go above and beyond by making sure a warrant book goes to every resident's home.
Is Mumford taxed differently as compared to the commercial residential? Is that going to impact someone's tax assessment?
No, the tax assessments are based on the actual development. So for residential development, it's based on appraised value, and for commercial development, it's based on the income approach to taxation. So it would be after a project is developed that tax assessments are made. So for instance, Giorgio's project that he's working on now, he'll build the project, and then the assessors will come out and take a look at it, and they will assess the residential portion based on, actually in that case, they'll do both the residential and the commercial based on their leases and what the income to the developer is.
Okay, that's all my questions. That's very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Phil. Chris?
Thanks. Nora, can you clarify? It seemed like you started out by saying we couldn't take credit for Gables and Pulte, and then you went back in and started explaining about the density and how we can take credit, seemingly.
So we can't take credit for the density we have in the actual construction of those units if those units are in our existing Mumford zone, which only allows 15 units by right. So 15 units per acre by right. So right now, Gables and Pulte are in a district that allows a by right developer to build their 15 units per acre. So if Gables and Pulte cease to exist and someone bought those properties and they wanted to redevelop them in accordance with the district, they could only put 15 units per acre under our current zoning, which would never get you to the number of units that are there today. It would get you to the number of units that the EOHLC will certify. So the way you get around that is my option B approach, where you set the density much higher for a subset of the Mumford. And that's how I came up with the 35 units per acre, to increase the density and take advantage of more units.
I now see what you were doing, Nora. Hey.
Oh, and is there, maybe I've just been thinking about this too much. Do we have height restrictions in Mumford?
We do.
Yes. What is that? I forget what we wrote in.
it may be, if Elijah or Amanda know, I don't have it in front of me, it may be 36 feet by right, up to 45 feet by special permit, or I don't recall
Okay.
what it is. I think
It's
we
somewhere in
based
that
it-
ballpark. Okay.
Yeah, we based
We
it on the
can't put up 7
FMUOD.
stories on a small piece of land to get the density.
We could not.
Okay.
There's,
Got it.
there's
I
height
didn't remember
requirements,
that.
height requirements, there are setback requirements, there's density, not density requirements,
The
surface.
the max building height is 45 feet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. That's it for
What
me.
if we amended that height requirement
You could do that. So you
and then
can,
go tall but small?
you can do that, but keep in mind, you still need to cover 50 acres. So you get, by having the height go up, it doesn't necessarily get you more units on less acreage. But it might help with your capacity, unit capacity.
So Nora, on your list, how many of those properties were currently occupied as residential?
Let me go back.
I know Mr. Petrosi has 2 properties, but they're not developed yet, correct?
They are not. He's in the midst of developing them as single family
And
residential.
those were
properties.
2 that we did consider. I remember the discussion
Yes,
around
yes,
that.
we did. And I think there were some planning board members that were interested in including those in the Mumford zone. And in the end, a decision was made that we didn't have consensus on anything other than Gables, Pulte, and Everett Street. And so we went there, decided it was best to get your foot in the door, establish something. And also remember at that time, the guidelines hadn't been finalized. So we were kind of jumping the gun. I think it was great the way we did it, and now we have a project, an actual project that we can base our experience on. But now we have to go back and revise this. All right.
Well,
so,
one of my concerns was back when I didn't want to entertain an idea of rezoning a single family home address because I didn't think that was going to fly at town meeting. And I like that this approach also doesn't include that, but for the 2 at 350 and 326 Blue Hill.
right. The 2.
So I appreciate what you've done here.
That's where the developer specifically asked for them to be included. And
Right. He
the
came to
board
us
was-
asking that.
Yes, if the board was leaning towards doing that, he might reconsider the way he's developing them. Right now, he is in the midst of getting his final, I think he's still before the Conservation Commission for his final approval to develop both units. And I believe he has an administrative earth material movement approval in hand already. So those 2 are residentially zoned. And then for residential taxation, that's another way of looking at the Gables is already a residential property under taxation. Bridges is taxed as residential. It's a commercial facility because it's a memory care facility, but the state requires it to be taxed as residential. Gables is residential and Pulte is residential. Everything else is either commercial or exempt. Brigham and Women's is exempt right now. And that would not change. So if you put an overlay district over Brigham and Women's that allows it to be developed as a within the Mumford zone for multifamily, it doesn't change the taxation as long as Brigham and Women's exists on that lot and owns the property. They're an exempt organization.
Nora, what about the acreage that Brigham was going to expand into, but is no longer going to do that?
So that acreage is included in their property. It's a single lot, and they may still come back and do that eventually. They can't do it right now because they don't have state approval, but I don't think they've completely given up on that project. The acreage, though, is a single lot. It's taken into consideration here.
Okay.
Thank you. Kate, I'd seen your hand up. Did you have a question or was it addressed?
Yeah, I'm sure that it's kind of been addressed, but when we did this last time, Nora, there was some concern, and one of the reasons we didn't choose those 2 parcels, I think, is we were just a little concerned about having non-contiguous parcels. So is that clearly that's not an issue this time because these are non-contiguous suggestions?
So actually, if you look at the one at the Route 128 area, this is contiguous. This little, what looks like a lot here is not. It's Mass DOT right of way. So that's an unzoned area. So you can draw a line from these are the two Petrosi parcels. This is the Cornerstone property. This is the Gateway Park. This is Gables. Going across the street, this is Makita, Brigham and Women, the Pulte, and then coming over to Bridges and the Wellhead Park. So it's all considered contiguous, only divided by streets. So that would be
Okay.
one contiguous parcel then, one contiguous zone, and that would be permissible. Down here in the Islington Station area, if you went with this approach, the 22 Everett Street would be considered contiguous with these parcels along Washington Street. They're only divided by a right of way. If you were to include Lambert's, that is a separate zone on its own. And that one is still within a half a mile of MBTA station, which is, let's see, right about here. And then if you look at the High Street area, if that's something that you're interested in considering the local business district in High Street as well, that would be one contiguous area up here and then a separate one down here. And those track our FMUOD zones. So this option A proposal would look at the University Avenue for the bulk of the acreage, but it would also look at getting a little bit of the Mumford zone in the Washington Street district as well as in the High Street district in order to further encourage redevelopment of those properties. You could also look at something, several other properties that I could give you the list that you could consider. For instance, on Washington Street, you can consider going up the west side of Washington Street as well. We have an apartment complex there right now at 401, which I showed on as one of the density examples. Then we go up to Needham Bank and then all the way up to the corner to the Petruzziello properties at the corner of School Street. We could cover CVS, you could cover the existing steeple building, you can cover all of that area with the caveat that you're requiring commercial to stay on the first floor. So that's just a little bit different than what we're doing right now. So I think it's important for the board to consider whether they just want to go with the straight Mumford that we have now, which only residential alone is allowed. And if that's the way you want to go, I would recommend avoiding most commercial properties because we don't want to give up our commercial tax base that we have there, but especially avoiding commercial properties in the two downtown areas. If you want to go with the flexibility where you require commercial on the first floor and residential above, then you can look at our local business areas.
Question, Nora, how about like the Meditech area over by 95 on East Street or something along those lines?
That's what I was just gonna ask about.
So when I send you the spreadsheet that has all the parcels, that's one of the ones that I've listed on there. That's absolutely something to consider. And in addition, so I don't show that on these maps. Let me see. It looks like it falls off of all of them. So that would be up on
Yeah.
It's probably some decent acreage up that way, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. So you could get a lot of acreage. The question is whether you would want to risk redevelopment of a fully commercial property for a fully residential use. So that's one of the reasons I didn't suggest those for the first couple of options you can look at, but I have all the information for you to look at those, and it's certainly a possibility. The Meditech building is on, I think it might be 10 or 11 acres. It's a pretty large parcel. Could accommodate an awful lot of residential development, and it would take a big bite out of the 50 acres you need. But I do believe that would very quickly, I would be very likely to be slapped up and quickly turned over into housing. And I'm not sure it would have a commercial component to that housing because of its location. While it has great visibility from the highway, it's not something that, it's not a convenient place for people to shop or go to a restaurant or anything along those lines. So I think it would be an exclusively residential property. And because we have a split tax rate and we're trying to maintain our commercial property value as high as we possibly can, I would be a little hesitant to turn over a fully commercial property into a fully residential property. I think it would take us in the wrong direction, especially a property that large. Now, there are other properties along the East Street Rotary on the other side. There's the two storage complexes
Mhm.
There's the office next to the Hilton Inn. There's also the Shields MRI New England Baptist building. All of those properties could also be zoned within this. They're unlikely to turn over for residential use though. So in that case, now it's going the other way. You might not risk losing your commercial tax dollars, but you probably aren't going to see actual residential development. So I'm not sure whether that makes the most sense either, but I think you should consider all the properties that are potentially eligible. So I will send you the spreadsheet and you can manipulate it so that you can figure out what parcels add up to what amounts, and you'll be able to create calculations just like I did here for any different combination of lots. And then if you need any help with that, you can call me or Elijah or Amanda and we can walk you through. If you want to ask, well, what would it look like if we picked this, and this? We'll put that together for you.
I think we also have
Nora,
to be sensitive.
Sorry.
I was just
Go
going to
ahead.
say sensitive to town meeting, because if we get a proposal that gets rejected, we're in not a good spot.
Exactly.
So we have to, I think, also make that kind of anticipation as to how to put it together to pitch it too.
Yes. Yes. So I think we want to achieve something that's compliant with the state requirements and the best outcome for Westwood and most palatable to our voters.
Nora, working backwards from town meeting, can you give us a sense of when you think we need to have determined the properties we want?
So we have two public hearings before the FinCom. We have one on, let me see, February 27th and one on March 26th. We typically go to the February 27th meeting with a good idea of what we have in mind, including specific parcels, still have some time to tweak the language and reconsider. We have to have the final version of the article to the FinCom for their March 27th meeting, or March 26th, sorry. So that's our end date when you absolutely have to be done. Now, in most years, the planning board schedules its public hearing on zoning amendment articles for mid-February, just before you go to the FinCom. I'm recommending that this year you do it much sooner. I would recommend that you open your hearing on January 9th and have all of your discussion on how you set this up within the course of a public hearing. That'll put you in a much better position so that when you go to the FinCom on February 27th, you have a fairly concrete proposal and you can then take input from people who attend that hearing and only have minor tweaks to make at that point. I think that gives you at least a month extra time to work on this. And I think you'll need it because I think there's a lot of things to consider in what would make the best revised MUMFROD district that could be approved by town meeting, approved by the Attorney General, and accepted by EOHLC.
But we actually have a very tight
That gives us one meeting, the December 19th meeting, and then we open our hearing. We're not expected to be totally baked at that point, but we have the 9th, the 30th, and then we're in mid-February on the 13th meeting. We only have one meeting in February, right?
Yes, because you have the one meeting and
right,
then you have
because we go to the FinCom. So to Phil's point, we're pretty tight right now starting this discussion. So we don't have the luxury of time to debate and discuss approaches and addresses like we did in the first go around.
Right, but we do have all the data from that
Yep.
first go around. And so you can take that individually and take a look at it. And as I mentioned, the last time we did that, it ended up getting thrown out in the end, and it really wasn't the higher ranked parcels that necessarily were chosen. It was the parcels that the board had consensus made the most sense. And I think you'll probably do the same thing again. I think you'll look at your philosophy of why you say shouldn't choose an all commercial building to be an all residential building, or why you shouldn't choose a commercial building that won't ever likely see redevelopment to be within the zone. You want to kind of amass as much acreage as you can without negatively affecting any neighboring properties, and you want to achieve a reasonable amount of housing. But you also want to take into consideration how much housing we've already achieved, which I think is very impressive. I think the planning board should be so proud of themselves for getting up to 610 multifamily units in a town that 10 years ago had a handful. So it's very impressive.
Nor, to your knowledge, are there any other projects approved in the Commonwealth under MUMFROD or
I
whatever
don't know if there are any projects that are actually, have gone through the planning board, were zoned and then gone through the planning board. Most towns have not even gone to zoning yet. There are a couple of them. I know Newton, I think, just adopted its new zones. Now they're a city council as opposed to town meeting approval. They just approved some zones, I think this week or last week. I think Milton is in a similar position. Lexington, we know months ago, got the town meeting, I think it was at their spring town meeting, their town meeting voted to approve a number of parcels. They actually, maybe they were required to have 50 acres and they ended up adopting almost 200 acres. So they did a great job in Lexington, and they got theirs certified by the state. I think that was the first one to be certified by the state, but I haven't heard that there's been an actual development that's been approved out of that zoning. You may be the first that actually got a development, but I don't know that for sure.
Okay, thanks.
I did mention to UHLC in a recent discussion with them that we were about to, vote on a project in our MBTA zoning, and they were pretty surprised. So I got the impression if we're not the first, we're definitely one of the first.
And we very much jumped the gun on going to our town meeting and getting our zoning started. Most communities are only doing it this year. And in fact, the ones that are doing it this year are the rapid transit communities like Newton, and I don't know if Milton falls into that category, but they're the ones that have until December 31st, 2023 to adopt their zones. We have a whole other year. If you're in a commuter rail community or bus community, you have a whole year to get this done. That year goes very fast, we know, with the process. So we're definitely under the gun. We need to jump on this, move forward. So if each member can individually give it a lot of thought between now and December 19th, we can definitely hit the ground running at that meeting and discuss more philosophies about what we should look at. We don't need to have the parcel selected. We'll advertise this with a rather broad advertisement in the newspaper, and then we will submit language for the actual article that will change over time as you go through your hearings. So you'll still have time to develop exactly what lots you choose.
Thank you. Excuse me. Yeah, that it felt like we had a lot of time, but the reality is we don't have a lot of time. So to Chris's point, I think if we do our homework on our own and come ready to hit the ground running with the criteria that I think we all understand, that's going to be really important. I think public input is going to be really important. I think we have a sense based on last year's conversations about what our residents do and do not want. So I think that can help guide us as we start our conversations for this year.
Yes, and look, the board often takes comments even if it's not a public hearing, but by having it be an official public hearing starting in early January, I think that really helps people to have a greater buy-in, and they're more likely to attend your meetings and participate in the discussion if it's an actual public hearing.
Agreed. I think that's, I'm glad we're starting it earlier. I think that's going to be really critical to helping us craft something that would be acceptable at town meeting. I have one other question, and it's more about the legislation itself. I know it's the 15 units per acre is what the law says, but does that apply to, say, I noticed like one of the parcels, and really it was only one, was 3/4 of an acre. So do they prorate, or do you have to have it's prorated? Okay.
It's prorated, yes.
So you don't, you could have a half acre or a quarter acre, and by right, like on a quarter acre, you could build X number, whatever. You don't have to have a 1 acre minimum to be able to do a by right project.
No,
Okay.
no. So that's
Okay.
one of the main differences between our Mumford zone and our FMUOD zone. And why you might want to consider overlaying your FMUOD zones with the Mumford zone, at least in our local business areas, because you eliminate that minimum project size. So that gives more flexibility to the property owners, and what that allows is for individual projects to go forward. And we've seen Stephen David's project at 436 Washington Street. That's a tiny parcel. I think that's 0.32 acres. And we're getting 5 units of housing in a complete development there. So just because it's a small lot doesn't mean it's not going to be a contributing lot to the town.
And they don't necessarily have to combine it with another parcel to reach a minimum. So,
Right.
but
Which
I
has
guess
proven to be difficult.
difficult.
Yes, it has been very difficult. And we had not for housing, but a different type of FMUOD district at Southwest Park. We have one at Glacier and Everett. And we have for years tried to get the property owners to work together to better themselves and create a more profitable development for them and for the town. And it's just too many property owners, and they have divergent interests, and it's never worked out. Timing for one is not the same as timing for another. Same thing at University Avenue, outside of University Station, the rest of the southern end of University Avenue, same thing, multiple property owners, and getting them to work together to combine their parcels for a wholesale redevelopment has proved quite difficult, and we haven't been successful yet.
That actually triggers that this conversation is triggering one final question for me. If we were to apply Mumford zoning to the two town centers, as it were, with the requirement of first floor commercial, would that render FMUOD 6 and 7 obsolete?
Not necessarily, because the FMUOD 6 and 7 give you a little bit more control because it's special permit. So someone, they might want to do something that's a little different. Maybe they want greater density than 15 units per acre. I suppose though they can get that with the special permit here. We could think about that. Whether we need both zones or not. For at least the time being, I would want to keep both. So if you applied a Mumford zone over those local business districts, I think I'd still want to keep the FMUOD because it's kind of tried and true. Eventually it might go away. We used to have something at University Avenue called our mixed use districts. And after we adopted FMUOD, we got rid of the mixed use districts because we decided FMUOD was just so much more flexible and better to use. We might find the same thing eventually, but I'd want to give that some thought. Also, just keep in mind that if you do require the commercial on the first floor, which I think you'd need to do if you were looking at either of the local business districts, you now can't include any of that land area in the minimum 50 acres. So it counts
It would
only
be
to your
unit
unit
count.
capacity and not to your land area. The land, as I showed, if I look at both of those districts, it's fewer than 10 acres. So you're not getting that much land anyhow, but you can count the units, but not the land.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not necessarily suggesting we wipe out those two overlay districts, but I was just curious, like what would be the appeal to a business owner if they could get more housing out, or it was just a question of interest, but
you could, in theory, you could get more housing units from MUOD than you could from Mumford, because Mumford is 15 units per acre. MUOD does not have an acreage limit. It has a height limit and number of stories limit, or not even number of stories. You can have 50% of your development residential, the other 50% has to be commercial. But that's still, if you have a large enough parcel, you might get greater than 15 units per acre under FMUOD.
thank you. It's a lot to consider. There's a lot of pros and cons to each parcel that we'll be looking at. So this is helpful for my thinking to frame, what makes the most sense.
I agree. I think we have a lot to do before December 19th.
Yeah, I was going to ask Nora, so coming out of our meeting on December 19th, would you expect at the minimum the planning board has decided upon which way we want to go? Or it seems like we need to understand exactly what we're up against and what we need to achieve on each date.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to have some flexibility for discussion in January, but we need to start January in the right place, I think.
Yeah, so I think at the December 19th meeting, it would be helpful for the board to achieve consensus on what type of Mumford zone you want. Do you want one that has the unit capacity only and the 50 acres, two separate pieces? Do you want one that has, doesn't worry about the unit capacity at all, but looks at different densities? So the option A and option B, I suggested, or there could be other ways of looking at it. So I think by the end of the December 19th meeting, it would be helpful if we had consensus on what approach we'll take to a zoning bylaw, but not the specific parcels that'll go into.
Right. Can you send this electronic version of this presentation to everyone?
Yeah,
You just,
I'll take as much information as you can because it's a lot to get
yeah,
through.
I need to digest it further.
I'll send that. I'll send Excel spreadsheets. I'll send the data that was accumulated in 2021 when we were doing this last time.
Thank you.
You could throw in your tax records too if you want. Go ahead.
And our GIS specialist is standing by to create whatever maps you need to see. So, as long as we have a couple of days notice, she'll put together whatever it is we're looking for.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nora.
This is going to be a big team effort, but I'll be ready to dig in. So yes, thank you.
Since this is such a big effort, we're a little bit limited in the other articles we're going to be tackling. So let me move on to the second one, which we discussed a little bit at the last meeting, amendments to the University Avenue mixed-use district to allow wireless communication facilities. So you've heard from Verizon representative of what they'd like to do on one specific parcel, 85 University Avenue, Gables. What I'm recommending is that the board add a new section within the UAMUD section of the bylaw, chapter 9.7, to specifically allow rooftop wireless and monopole wireless under different conditions. So we would be looking for, the proposal Verizon has is to put rooftop units on gables. Those would probably be appropriate on most, if not all, of the buildings at University Station. As long as they're no higher than 10 feet, just as we allow throughout the town. I would require something a little bit different in University Avenue. I'd recommend the board consider requiring stealth enclosures. So for the Verizon proposal, that's what they're recommending. And that's what we have, I think, on, I think the public storage building at the East Street Rotary does that. So they have canisters on top of the building that the antennas are in. Now you look at something like 690 Canton Street that doesn't have that and just has a scattered mishmash of antennas all over the roof of that building. Because we were very careful and intentional about everything at University Station being well designed and aesthetically pleasing, I think you have an opportunity to impose this restriction that you don't have elsewhere. So I'd recommend no higher than 10 feet, which is what we do everywhere. Require a project development review, require stealth enclosures if the units would be visible from an adjacent property. If it's in the middle of the roof and you can't see it from anywhere on the street, maybe they don't need the stealth enclosures, but if it's anywhere near the edges, which most of them will be within 15 feet of the edge of the building, then I think you should have that stealth enclosure. And then a condition that a section in the bylaw that specifically allows if a wireless provider at University Station wants to come back and swap out old antennas to put in new, that should be by administrative PDR approval, that you shouldn't have to go back to the board just to swap out equipment. And then I'm recommending that you allow up to 2 monopoles in University Station area. If they're appropriate, if someone designs them the right way, they would have to be flagpole style. They couldn't be greater than 36 inches in diameter. So something like what the planning boards approved at First Parish or Glacier Drive or Morrison Park, maybe at University Avenue, maybe that's a better way of doing it than on top of everybody's roof. Maybe if you had 1 or 2 poles, you'd get what you need down there and get good coverage. The cell coverage in that area is atrocious. And we have a lot of residents that are living in that area now, and they are suffering. So yes, there we go. So that I think is needed. And so I think up to 2 poles so that we're not cluttering the area and you could still consider the design. If you do want to go with allowing monopole wireless, those would be by special permit approval only. So a little bit more than a PDR approval, they would require a butter notification. So we go through a full special permit hearing process. But again, if there was ever a monopole approved, I would recommend that subsequent antenna replacements are by administrative PDR approval. So it doesn't have to go back to the board. The board sees it the first time, but they don't have to see it every 3 years when the new technology changes the antenna. So that would be the second article I'm proposing. Third article, we discussed a little bit at the last meeting as well. The building division has given us several definitions that they would like us to work on to improve them for clarity. Lot width, detached structure, and accessory use. And our building commissioner, Mike Perkins, has also given me an illustration for average height calculation that he's recommending we put into the bylaw. And he's going to work on something for wall and fence height limitations. These are sections that we get the most questions from residents and from contractors, developers, that they have a hard time understanding the way the bylaw is written on that. So it's a little bit more than a housekeeping item, but it's clarification of these definitions. So
would those changes substantially change how we do business?
Not how the planning board does business. It might change a little bit how the zoning enforcement officer reviews building permits slightly, like lot width,
Okay.
for instance. The way they calculate lot width, it has to be, they take the lot width at the street, and it has to maintain that same lot width all the way back to the location of the principal building. Now, for a lot that's undeveloped, it just goes back the front setback 40 feet. But for a lot that's developed, you may remember you had an A&R plan last year from, I think the address was 345 Manhattan Street. It had a house that was set way, way back. And they were trying to create 3 lots out of one for appraisal process. They didn't actually want to create the homes, but they had to divide the lots in a really odd configuration in order to achieve the lot width. So I think our building commission wants to look at that to make sure we're achieving the lot width to the front setback, and it doesn't really matter as much if the lot narrows towards the back. So then other potential zoning amendment articles. Housekeeping article if it's needed. I don't actually have anything. We often have notes of finding typographical or numerical errors in the zoning bylaw. I haven't seen any since the last town meeting. If we find any before we go to the FinCom, I would propose a housekeeping article. We'll advertise one just in case we need it. We usually find those errors when we're working on revisions to the bylaw. And then there's the building commissioner today told me that he would like the board to consider removing addresses and parcel numbers from certain overlay districts. For instance, the wireless communication overlay district, when that was written, rather than just reference the designation on the official zoning map, they actually said First Parish Church at such and such address, and I don't know, Carby Street Municipal Office Building at such and such address. Well, parcel numbers and addresses and use names can change over time. So there may be something in there that's already out of date, but even if there isn't now, there will eventually be. So he's recommending that any reference is not to a specific parcel, but it's to the zoning map, as shown on the zoning map. Now, we did that with the last MUMFROD zone as well. The one we approved in 2022 specifically references those 5 parcels by lot and map and lot number, and by address and by name. So we don't need to do that now that they're shown on the official zoning map. So he's asked us to go back and look through the bylaw. Anywhere that we reference an address or a parcel number, we change that and simply reference as shown on the official zoning map. All right, so I will be working on those amendments. And then this is the list of other potential general bylaw amendments that board members brought up at the last meeting. So we have to decide how many of these you want to go forward with and how many you want to hold off until the next meeting. So the options are temporary construction dumpster requirements. I know that's something Josh would like us to look at. And I also know that the Board of Health just approved some dumpster regulations at their last meeting. So I'm going to get those out to you. You can take a look at those. And Josh, if you can especially look at them and see if they address your requirements. And if they don't, then we will propose, as long as there's consensus for the board, we'll propose a general bylaw amendment to take up the slack, whatever's missing on the construction dumpster requirements. Next is a tree canopy preservation requirement, and I know Elijah looked into this a little bit. Lexington is an excellent one, and I know there are a few other communities that do. And the bylaw itself is not that hard to create, but those examples of bylaws reference other documents that would take quite a bit of time to develop, and I just don't think we have the bandwidth going into the May town meeting. So I will recommend that you hold that over to a fall town meeting if we have one, or to the next year's town meeting, because I think that's more work than we can handle at the same time as we're doing the Mumford district.
And then just to add to that, I did speak to the conservation agent, and she mentioned that the Conservation Commission has been considering a tree bylaw as well.
So we could work together on that. Next is leaf blower restrictions. Now that's something that's coming out of our climate action, resiliency, and sustainability plan. And it might be appropriate to complete that plan before we go forward with that. But if board members want to do that now, that's not, that one is not difficult to write. We could get that prepared. The question is whether we'd have enough time to educate our voters so that we would be likely to actually get that passed. I think there's a divide in the community of whether restrictions on leaf blowers are a good thing or a bad thing. And I think we'd want a lot of conversation before we take that to town meeting. So I think that would make sense to hold that one off as well. The next one that was brought up at the last meeting was speed limits, which I think is just the adoption of MGL Chapter 90, Section 17C. Another one very easy to write, but there's a question of whether the voters are ready to adopt that or not. I have no sense of whether that's something that would be looked on favorably or not. We would need to get an opinion from our public safety, I think would be the first step in that. But if that's something the board wants to pursue, we can add that to our list. Dog leash requirements. Recently, the Conservation Commission established dog leash requirements in its conservation areas, and the police department is interested in having consistency between the Conservation Commission's regulations on its property and all public property. So I am currently working on a general bylaw amendment. It doesn't have to be sponsored by the planning board, though. That's something that if the planning board feels like that's not something they want to get into, that can come through either the Conservation Commission or through the select board. So I don't want to put that on your plate. Either way, I'm pretty sure it's going to go forward. Next, someone brought up the resiliency stretch code, and I do need to still confer with Mike Perkins on that. I have to say, I don't think there's an appetite for taking our stretch code further than it is right now this year, because the new provisions just kicked in July, and residents and developers are just getting used to them. So I'd be hesitant to suggest changing it all that soon. But I can still talk to Mike Perkins about that and see if he knows anything about what the resiliency stretch code has that's different than what we have right now. And that's it. So that's the extent of articles that I had on my list. So if the board members would just give me some feedback on here, because we're going to start our hearing on the 9th. Elijah and Amanda and I need to get that hearing notice to the newspaper by this Friday. So we need to know tonight which articles we should be going forward with. So hate to put you on the spot, but I think I lead
I say
pressure.
all of them. All of them.
I have a quick question about the dog leash requirements. I've been living under the impression that there's like a state leash law that is pretty clear, but I mean, if I'm wrong I'm curious, what is the ask there and what is the issue?
So we have a general bylaw right now that's a dog control law. It's not a leash law. What it says is that dogs must be leashed or under control of their owners. And then it has fines for if they're not, and if a dog bites someone, or there are procedures for going forward. So the conservation properties were having a problem with commercial dog walkers walking many dogs at once, and those dogs not being leashed or under control. And the requirement was that they had to be one or the other, leashed or under control. The new regulations say they must be leashed and under control. And there also are limits on how many dogs can be walked by a single person at one time. And that's to try and allow non-dog walkers to enjoy the conservation properties as well as dog walkers. It was becoming a serious problem where people were not comfortable to walk in our conservation areas. So the police officer who enforces this has asked for us to revise the general bylaw to be consistent with the same rules that the Conservation Commission has now required. So instead of leashed or under control, it's now going to be leashed and under control. I'm not sure yet if they want to impose limits on the number of dogs or not, as long as it's under control.
Thanks.
So Nora, of this list, were you advocating we take up just the temporary dumpster requirements? The construction dumpster?
If the temporary dumpster requirements are not already satisfied by what the Board of Health just did, then I think that's an easy one. I don't think it'll take too much of your time, and you went through all of that last year, so you have a thorough understanding of what the dumpster requirements are. So I don't think that's very heavy lifting. I think that the tree canopy is way too heavy to address now. The leaf blower, not heavy lifting to write it, but I think it takes a significant educational component that we don't really have time for. Speed limit, same thing. Unless public safety is 100% behind it and willing to take on that education component, I don't think we can do it. Dog leash will get done. Doesn't have to be on your plate though. So I don't want you to feel like you have to take that one on. And then the resiliency stretch code. I can look into it more, but I don't think that would pass. So yeah, I guess I am just suggesting that we move forward with the temporary construction dumpster requirements if that's needed. But if anyone feels strongly about any of the others, we'll advertise for it. So just let us know.
I like that list of one.
I second that one.
I think we're all in agreement, particularly given the scope of the MUMFROD.
I think we're going to be stretched on our bandwidth as it is.
Yeah. And personally,
and the residents will be stretched too, who need to educate themselves on all of this. So better not to put too much on their plates either.
Nora, how do we determine if these requirements are being captured or met by what the Board of Health did?
So I will send the Board of Health regulations that they just adopted. I'll send that to you as well. You can take a look at those, read them over, and let me know if you need to see more. And either way, I will advertise. You can always drop something that's been advertised. So if you don't need to go forward with it, you can do that. But I will place an ad for the temporary construction dumpster general bylaw. And that's it. That is the extent of the zoning discussion that I have for you tonight.
Question for you, Nora. Have we heard back from the state regarding the sustainability bylaw?
Yes. Sorry. I was thinking you already knew about that, but yes, they approved it. However, they struck one line, which is kind of interesting. The line about the compensation for EV chargers, how much someone could charge related to the amount that they were being billed by their provider. They struck that. They said we can't do that. The rest of it stands, and so it's effective. You don't need to go back and do anything else with sustainability. And interesting, that's the only line that was added after the first FinCom hearing last year, and it was added at the request of a FinCom member.
That is interesting. And
the planning board's initial instincts were correct, and the article you wrote was approved.
Well, nice work, everyone. that article was of particular importance to me, and I'm very pleased with our work and thrilled that it is now codified. So yay team. That's great news. And if that, honestly, out of the pages that we submitted, if that is the only line that the Attorney General took issue with, I'm at peace with that. Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sorry, I'm going back to my meeting outline. So that was the warrant article discussion. Next up would be the continuation of the public hearing for consideration of amendments to various planning board rules and regulations, continued from October 24th, 2023.
Yes, so I heard from Kate, who thankfully read through all the copies of regulations. Thank you very much. I did look back at there was one comment that Kate raised about application sometimes being capitalized and sometimes not. And looking back, I believe it's correct the way it is when you're referring to the application or application, I don't know, program or something like that, it would be capitalized. But when you're just talking about an application, it would not be. So I think it's okay the way it's written. Did anyone have any other comments, questions, revisions?
And no, thank you for all that red that you marked up those. But I do think it makes it correct, right? Like all the electronic submissions and stuff. It actually threw me for a loop because if you're looking in the red line document, the pagination's wrong, but that's only because it's in the red line and it has both areas.
Yes.
Yeah, so it drove me crazy for a little while, but then I figured it out. But again, thank you. Everything looks good to me. So
great.
Yeah, Nora, I read it, and I saw one typo, and now I can't find it. I find my note where it was on a header. It was 3.0. I remember that. I thought it was in the second group, but somewhere in there, it's just a misspelled word. I can't remember if it's EIDR or I thought it was under special permit rules and regs. But anyway, if you go find 3.0, there's a misspelled word there. But other than that, as I was reading it, I honestly could not believe the amount of work that was done on that. It's such dense material to read through, and to make edits like you did. I'm sorry it's taken so long for us to take this up.
That's okay.
It deserves a lot more appreciation than you got.
So it was tedious, but it needs to be done. So this brings us up to date. So we've had electronic permitting for 5 years now. So we finally have regulations that reflect that. So if the board wants to approve it, subject to correction of typographical errors, I can still go back and make those changes.
I did just have one other thing. There's a couple of spots where we're talking about the applicant being able to withdraw their application, and it says they have to do it in writing, but it didn't say that they had to do it through the portal. So I just wanted to ask, I think there's two different places, two different documents where they talk about withdrawal, and I just wanted to say through the portal, I think we mean.
So I can do that. I was leaving it open-ended so that we could just accept an email the night of the meeting, which often happens. Sometimes someone is at a meeting and decide to withdraw the application after discussion, and then we can ask them to just shoot us a quick email, and they don't have to go into the portal. So I don't
mind that at all. I think we should give them some instruction about it should be to the town planner or their designee. Like, we really don't say what to do with what you've written.
Okay. All right. I can revise that to say written and delivered to the town
Whatever,
planner.
blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem.
I loved
Nora, I found it. It was the planning, it was the scenic road 3.0 criteria. The word criteria was misspelled.
Criteria 3.0.
I wasn't going to go to sleep without finding that tonight.
Oh, you're right. Good catch, Chris.
Thank you very much.
I'm actually looking at the scenic road one, and I didn't even catch that. I like the red line. It makes it very easy to see the distinctions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no,
yes.
very,
absolutely,
very, very helpful.
Yeah, I tried looking at the clean copies, but I went through
It's-
the red lines, so thank you for
yeah,
that.
your eyes get glazed over with the clean.
Yes, and given the names of the red line names of planning board members the last time this was looked at, I'm very glad that we've done this.
That was memory lane for me. I remember that.
Well, when you see last revised July 14, 2004, I'm like, oh, okay. Been a
Oh
little
yeah.
while.
Well, that's Steve
Yeah.
Olenoff, memory lane, not me.
No, thank you for your time and attention on that. I feel good knowing that everything's brought up to date and actually reflects the way that we're doing things now. So I think
Yeah.
these are very important changes, and kudos to my colleagues who I think I did start to go a little cross-eyed after a while. So I'm glad that we all took the time to look at these and people caught the little things that needed adjustments. So thank you. Is there any further discussion amongst board members, or could we take a vote on this?
Just putting out to public hearing. So
Oh, thank
oh,
you.
oh.
Thank you. We've continued it so many times. I appreciate that. So before we were to take a vote, I would open the floor up to public comment. If there's anyone who would like to weigh in on this, please feel free to raise your hand or enter your comment in the Q&A and just include your full name and address. I'll give it a minute. I am
shocking that
seeing,
there's not just a ton of people that want to talk about regulations.
I'm
It's
sure.
this time of night.
Rules and regs.
I'm seeing no public comment. So
Okay.
at this point in time, I would entertain a motion.
So I move that the planning board approve the amendments to various planning board rules and regulations as it pertains to environmental impact and design review, special permit granting authority, University Avenue mixed use district, scenic roads, governing of the subdivision of land, earth material movement approval, solar design review approval, and the access approval overlay district.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take a roll call vote. Phil,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Kate.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries. Thank you. And now we can entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So I move that the planning board close the amendments to various planning board rules and regulations public hearing for the proposed environmental impact and design review, special permit granting authority, University Avenue mixed use district, scenic roads, governing of the subdivision of land, earth material movement approval, solar design review approval, and the access approval overlay district amendments.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Kate,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
Phil.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries. The hearing is closed. Thanks
Thank you.
all.
So those have signature pages, so I will drop them off at the police station, and really isn't a rush, but whenever you get around to signing them. I don't know, is there anything else waiting for signature, Elijah?
Yeah, there's the 18 Alcott Lane. I just wanted to double check to see. I know last time I checked there were 3 signatures, so I wanted to make sure folks had gotten there to sign it.
This might sound weird. Can you confirm if you saw my signature on that?
I was just going to ask the exact same thing. I think I signed it, but I don't know.
I think I was the second person to sign it, and I thought I saw Kate as the first, but I could be totally wrong.
I can
So
verify.
we'll check tomorrow, and why don't you wait until the signature pages are there if you haven't signed it before you go back out, so you don't have to make 2 trips. So it certainly won't be until the end of the day tomorrow that I'm able to get there. So we'll get in touch with you all and let you know who signed the ALR and when the signature pages are ready. You'll all have to go to sign the signature pages. So whoever didn't sign the ALR can sign it then.
Yeah, I was late to the party signing it, but I did sign, but I can't remember if it definitely wasn't all of us. So, but it's possible at this point it is all of us, and just nobody remembered to email y'all and let you know we were done. So that's possible. But thank
I'm
you.
assuming I didn't sign, honestly. I don't remember signing, so I probably owe you one. So I'll stop by.
All right. Wait till I drop off the signature pages though. I'll email you tomorrow.
Thank you. All right, next on the agenda is review of draft meeting minutes from November 14th, 2023. Did everyone get a chance to look at the minutes? And did anyone have any edits that they would like to propose? I'm not seeing anything offered as comment. I did look at them. Nothing jumped out at me as needing attention. So if no one has any concerns or edits, I would entertain a motion to accept the November 14th, 2023 Planning Board meeting minutes as written.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take a roll call. Chris?
Yes.
Phil?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Motion carries. Meeting minutes. Wow, I'm starting to lose the power of speech. Minutes accepted. Next agenda item is updates from agency and committee representatives. Has anyone attended any meetings they'd like to share about?
Yeah, I was just at the Ped Bike Committee last week, and there's interest in understanding what's happening. And I apologize, I wasn't able to go to the select board meeting. There's interest in understanding how the committee looking at the Canton Street sidewalk project is moving forward. That was mostly what was discussed, was not knowing and having curiosity.
So I think the select board is still formulating a committee. I don't think they've appointed one yet, unless I missed it. It was a very
No,
long meeting last night. I don't think they have appointed a committee yet.
Yeah, I think that was my takeaway as well, is that they had a bunch of applicants and they're still talking to the people who are interested. And then I'm not quite sure of the process on how they come to final decision, but I don't think there's any forward. There's no change there.
Great. Thank you.
I unfortunately missed the trick meeting, so I have nothing to share.
I was going to ask, Housing did have a meeting and Nora took part in it, and the Housing Committee voted to send its recommendation to the Select Board. Nora, can you speak on that with
Yes.
regard to the property at 436 Washington Street?
Right. So that the Housing Partnership reviewed the local action unit application that goes to the state EOHLC. It has to first be signed by the chair of the Housing Partnership, then approved and signed by the chair of the Select Board, and then Amanda will submit it to the state. So the Housing Partnership authorized its chair to sign it, and the board also recommended that the selectmen review and approve it. And it's, I believe, on the
18th.
18th. Yeah, I was trying to remember what
Yeah.
the date was. Yeah, so it's on the next select board meeting.
Thank you.
So
And
I fully expect they will approve it as well, and then submit it. And it has, everything is exactly as Amanda asked for it to be. The property owner agreed to the limited rent amounts. They are not the full HUD value, similar to the conversation we had about 22 Everett Street. At your last meeting, we had the same concerns with this. They're very small 1-bedroom units, and they will be limited in the rental charges. Is it $1,900 a month, Amanda, or?
Roughly 1900. And I'll also add that they are the first project in town that agreed to cap future increases at 5%, with the exception that every 5 years, if market conditions deem it appropriate, they can request a greater increase, but it's at the discretion of the town and the state to approve that. And Giorgio has also agreed to that provision when we write his regulatory agreement for 22 Everett.
that is excellent news. I know at our last meeting, the conversation about the rents at 436 Washington had left me a little concerned about where that was going to go. And I'm really happy to hear that you reached an agreement and that the rents are affordable. I'm happy about that. Nice work. Thank you. Any other liaisons or other meetings that folks would like to fill us in on? Okay, then I will move on to general miscellaneous updates and administrative items. I see we have upcoming board meetings on December 19th, 2023 and January 9th, 2024, which is not as far away as you would think. And then the FinCom article sponsors meeting, January 16th, 2024. And we're also attending the FinCom meeting tomorrow evening, or at least I think some of us are, if I'm not mistaken.
That was going to be my
Elijah.
question. Yeah.
Yeah, if Elijah and Nora and or Amanda want to weigh in on that.
So yeah, the planning board was invited. It's an optional meeting. It was advertised, or it was noticed in the event that a quorum does attend.
Sorry, Nora, you're muted.
So the FinCom last year invited the planning board. I think it was just the chair, Chris. Do you remember last year where we went to kind of give the planning
just you and I.
discussion?
Yeah.
So originally they had asked for something similar to that, and they were looking for it at their November meeting. And I told them I was unable to do that because I had to be at the zoning board meeting that night. And so they just asked us to come on the 6th, but between then and now they're just asking for us to give them a early look at what zoning amendment articles you're proposing. So we'll have a discussion similar to what we had tonight, only without all that detail. So we'll talk to them about what the MUMFROD requirements are, what our current zone does, and what our new zone has to do, but we will not be talking about specific lots or even about a philosophy or an approach to it. So this is one of the articles. It will be some type of amendment to the MUMFROD zone to get us in compliance with the state requirements. This is the article on wireless communication in UAMUD. Here's an article on definitions and a housekeeping article. And then if we're going to do the temporary dumpster, we'll suggest that's a possible article as well. And that's pretty much it. I think, though, when we're there, they will probably have other questions that they might want to ask, maybe about articles from last year, maybe about the sustainability article, which only just got approved. So we'll be there to answer whatever questions come up and to give them just the very early look ahead at the planning board's warrant articles. They'll get a much more detailed review of them in February at the regular hearing.
Thank you. Kate, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to see, can you highlight for them, Nora, that their sentence was struck from the sustainability bylaw? Or
well, keep in mind,
can you go?
They disapproved that article. So although one member asked for us to address that section of it, then he and the rest, a number of members.
Yeah, they voted it down.
They voted
That's
it down.
right.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah. Anyway, enjoy.
Thank you. Yes, they relegated that to indefinite postponements. Jess, yes.
I just wanted to know if you need me there tomorrow night.
I don't think so.
Is that a no? Okay.
Because I think the minutes for this will simply be that the planning board gave a preview to the FILCAV, and I don't think we'll get into much detail. So
perfect. Thank you.
You can take the light off. If we need help, we'll show you the tape.
Okay. Oh, good idea. Thank you.
Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Anything else under from town staff for general miscellaneous updates and administrative items? Anything else?
No, Ellen, what was that meeting date in January? Someone just mentioned.
The board meeting or the FinCom
Ninth.
article sponsors?
The FinCom sponsored meeting.
Oh.
When is that?
16th.
So, and then we have a special town meeting on the 17th.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a busy January.
Yeah, that's January 16th meeting was scheduled before the special town meeting was announced. So.
And that is that a remote meeting, the 16th? Or in person?
I don't know. Okay.
Maybe they
6
can
or
tell
7
us
o'clock.
tomorrow
Any
night.
other info?
It's at 7 o'clock, right?
7. All the
Probably.
meetings are at 7 or their virtual meetings are at 7. I think their in-person might be 7:30. I'm not sure. I need
Is
to
it's
check that out.
7 o'clock tomorrow night, right?
And that's in person. So maybe
It's in
maybe
person.
they did switch to 7. Last year it was different for in person and remote.
I'm just writing FinCom at 7, and I'll make a change as needed.
Okay.
Maybe we can ask tomorrow night if they have determined that information yet. Great. Anything else under general miscellaneous updates and administrative items? Seeing nothing else, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
So moved.
There was a pause there. I was
Yeah.
getting a little worried.
I was
Everybody
waiting for
wants to
Kate. I
say-
figured she would be
Well,
jumping
I
on
was
that
on
very
mute,
quickly.
and I'm so tired. And
I
was
thought you were
like,
going to be jumping all over that, Kate.
How do I unmute? I'm so tired.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose the ability to put a sentence together. So I think now's a good time to adjourn. I heard a motion. I'm sorry, was there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Second.
Any further discussion on adjournment? Seeing none, I will take a roll call vote. Chris,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Phil.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Thank you all.
Thank
night,
you.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
night,
Have a
everyone.
great night.
Take care. See you then.
Bye.
Good night.